All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I have to note how pleased I am that we're starting on time. That's really, really exciting. We turned it around so quickly. There are some really, really useful comments online. So to our community that's listening in online, we are seeing the commentary, and I have to single out Mr. Face of Royalty. I think the comments that we're seeing online, they are really, really engaging, and they point us to the fact that you have been listening all throughout and now reflecting on the conversation that's going on here. Again, we have to state this. If your comment online is not prefaced by a C or a Q, it goes onto the junk box. We're not going to be able to allocate that comment on whether it's a comment or a question. At the end of this, all of the comments that have a capital C are going to be collated into a comments box, and all of the questions that have a Q are going to be collated into a questions box, and we will look at those questions and see to the extent to which they've been addressed here. And so if yours just flies, it's flying straight onto a junk box. Without further ado, we are now going to turn the stage over to Dr. Mandashe, and then straight from there we will engage in conversation and reflecting on what we've heard from first the ED, the DD, Mr. Dia, and we take it further in that way. So, Doc, without wasting too much of your time, we've been stalling on you forever. I now turn the stage to you.
Hey, Program Director, you called me at the wrong time, after lunch, perhaps at the right time also. I wanted to begin by saying that because the ISGC is a leadership structure, so I wanted to preface my talk by making a leadership point that everything rises and falls with leadership, because the leadership carries on its shoulders the entire aspirations and interests of those that it leads. That's why everything rises and falls with leadership. Of course, a leader is not just an elected guy or lady. A leader could be born sometimes, exceptionally, but sometimes, if not most of the times, leaders are cultivated and trained into the leaders they become. The consequence of that is that the Student Affairs Division is doing the work of cultivation of leadership. We, Mr. Faku, we are the product of this institution. We were brewed here in the corridors of the Student Affairs Division, and we became what we are today as a product of that brewing process. And the Student Affairs Division may not ever appreciate what it did to make us to be who we are. Even by the very fights that we had with the division, we became better. Even when we were fighting, we were becoming better. Because we are shaped by the circumstances. So the circumstances have contributed to the kind of leadership we have become, whatever we are, in your own judgment. So I just wanted to make that point. And the last point on leadership before I move on is one of integrity. As the ISGC, integrity is a priceless virtue. If you sell your integrity by losing your independence, then you are not good enough as a person, because your personhood is sellable and buyable in the market of buying and selling of leaders, i.e. misleaders. So integrity is critical for a leader to earn the respect of those against whom you are in opposition, so they can oppose you with respect, and you can oppose them with humility. Let me get into the discussion of the day. The importance of aligning the legislative framework. Fagu has laid the foundation in terms of which he has demonstrated the link between what you are trying to do here and the institutional statute and the Higher Education Act, which is an act of parliament. In your process of debate and discussion, I have made a similar point which I will make now, Dr. Mohaswa, in Butterworth a week or so or two ago. And that point was that if you spend your time marking each other and not the issues, you will lose the issues. Maybe you may succeed marking yourself successfully, but you will lose the issues. The process of making policy is a process not of the present, but the process about the future. We made bad laws in our time, and we became bad legislatures on matters of students because we spent most of our time marking each other. It is not good. It is bad, to say the least. So the Constitution needs to be made objectively. I don't mean objectively without subjectivity. I mean subjective objectivity, in the sense that you can be objective even if you have an interest. Not in the sense that you stopped having an interest, but precisely because you have an interest of the future. So your subjectivity is of such a nature that you can look back in the future and say our subjectivity was objective enough. Because look at what has happened in the SRC outcomes. We have lost, and when we were on the losing side, the Constitution was not bad for us. We had won, and when we were on the winning side, the Constitution was not bad on our opponents, and so on. I know this sounds idealistic, comrades, but we should not stop wishing, because the policy itself presents an aspiration of those that make the policy. So we have to remember all the time, without exception, once we've made the policy stands above us, and we stand below it. We're therefore governed by it. So the framework law for the laws that you are going to be making is the Higher Education Act, particularly Chapter 4 of that Higher Education Act. By law, as Fagu had said, SRC is not an invention of a university. It is not invented because management likes to, or because council would love to, but because it is legally necessary. And therefore you enjoy the legal right in terms of the Act 101. And so no one is doing SRC a favor by having it in existence. And the SRC should always begin from that premise that we are not being done for a favor here, because we have a legal right And I want to make the point about the SRC. When people think of the SRC, they simply think of the constituted something. So they think of the ISGC not as an SRC. And I want to maybe poke your mind on this question, that the ISGC is a student representative structure. So it is not nothing, nor is it inferior, because when the Act, and Fagu maybe will have to contribute at some point, because when the Act talks of the SRC, it is talking of a council that represents students. Consequently, an SRC in a rigid sense is a misinterpretation of the Act. Because the Act does not say how an SRC comes about. It does not say that Parliament is not an SRC. So we should not have a narrow conception of the word SRC. SRC simply means Student Representative Council, not as elected in this or that way, but elected in any other way. So I think that point is critical. Because what it also means is that when the ISGC sits, the ISGC should not see itself as an appendage of the SRC. It could become an appendage of the SRC by the making of the constitution of the SRC. But it cannot be an appendage in advance. In other words, it cannot be known in advance that an ISGC is nothing compared to the SRC, or that it is the committee of the SRC. Because otherwise the ISGC loses teeth to bite. Take the model that I do not like, the one of the country. So I don't like the model, but that's the model. Parliament holds the executive accountable. That's the model. So Parliament is not inferior to the executive, but according to the liberal bourgeois interpretation, it is a separation of powers. And I don't know if power could be separated from itself, but it is a separation of powers conceptually. Therefore, the way you talk about the ISGC should not be in keeping with a view of inferiority versus superiority, but in keeping with the view of equality of powers. But you know, whenever I talk to the student leadership, I know that it never likes anything I say. And I know how it responds to me psychologically, because I'm also a student of psychology. It responds, Fagu, with a smile. Which is a sign that, hey, this one now is going to complicate our life. Suppose you sit here for 4 years and then you go home. Not 10 years. And I'm not saying anything about Fagu. And it's not in public, is it so? When we arrived here in WSU, Fagu was already here, very popular figure. We heard that he was very popular. We did not meet him, but we met a little bit later. I don't want to say he was also responsible for another thing at that time, because he was speaking in public. Yeah, yes. So what I'm trying to say to you, comrades, is you're thinking about the drafting of the Constitution. The purpose of any Constitution should be about how to limit the power of the powerful. Don't know if I could make that sense again to you. The purpose of a Constitution should be about how to limit the power of those who were less powerful before an election and now suddenly very powerful because they can sit in a management meeting hidden from the eyes of the public that elected them. And therefore a possibility of selling out arises because they are in the absence of those whom they claim to represent. So when you draft a constitution and you are not willing to limit the power of those you put in power, you are effectively undermining your own capacity in future when you're not a leader to hold those ones accountable. So in other words, what I'm trying to say to you is you can't achieve constitutional accountability by setting above those you send to positions of power. Kuza accountwa njani bazathini ngakuqhathi abantu bathumileyo uba awunandlela yobabona kule ndawo bathume kuyo uba bafike benzeni njani abahambe bochaya isigazi nemanagers balibala bebethunywe ntoni okanye bangabikho kula meeting okanye babe khona bathule kuba bathenge loba mabathule bangathethi pha kuba nothula oku kune price xa ungena integrity. Siye mna afike bathule pha because ubhatelelwe uthula. Abantu bacimba abantu babhatelelwa uopposer kanti uyabhatelelwa nothula qha uthula umlomo. Igqiba iprogram. So the point that I was trying to make was a broad point. See, about policy making process. So I'm a student of policy not by profession per se, but by research. And one of the things we look for in policy is what is the aspirational goal of the policy. In other words, what is the spirit and letter, the things that are not clear in the words, the things that are implied. See, lawyers do it better than I could say because they say, this is not consistent with the spirit and letter of the Constitution. So where do you get the spirit and letter of your own Constitution? Because people can be judged merely by breaking the spirit and letter of a Constitution, not by breaking a particular clause, I think. You could hold them accountable and say, but you have not acted consistently with the spirit and letter of our law. So you have to then to decide what is the spirit and letter of your own law, because you have a delegated power by council in terms of the statute. And I wanted to make a very controversial point, by the way, that if you go to the Act does not say, the Act says that the SRC must exist of necessity. But the Act does not say that council delegates power to it. It says an institutional statute must be made. That's what the Act says. The implication of that is that the SRC has a fundamental responsibility in the making of the statute itself, because ultimately the statute becomes the governor of the governors. That is to say, whatever becomes the statute of 2014 is a product of interaction of interest groups, SRCs, Labour, Senate, Council, management, etc., and so forth. There will be an institutional review process, an institutional statute review process by WSU because the institution is undergoing change. That moment is going to come, and maybe your constitution will need to be reviewed again in response to those changes. You see, because if you are a student of dialectics, you understand that everything is constantly evolving and moving, in motion, becoming and unbecoming. See, so as a student, you are always in the process of becoming. You never fully become. You live without having become. See. So the question you ask yourself is, how does our Constitution look like in terms of what the management strategic vision envisions into 2030? Not necessarily what the statute now, the statute is broad enough properly. Not necessarily in terms of what you want today, but in terms of what the university itself wants in 2030. So that means you need to make your laws in line with that process. Faku has said that anything inconsistent with the Constitution of South Africa is illegal. I don't want to talk about the Bible. I'm a saved guy. So, yeah. The manner of election, this is an important debate in the constitution-making process. I made this point in Butterworth. From 2009 to 2012, WSU had no SRC. When I was elected the finance in 2009-10, I led forever into the future because the student governance collapsed completely. We teared down a constitution of a one fellow called Macheke, who could bring bouncers in an ISG. Don't do it. Don't do it. I remember it was here in East London. They were very fit men, able-bodied men, who were brought to ensure that we speak very less and that people get what they want. They got what they want for a little while, because that's how it is in politics. So what I am saying, think about this issue of the institutional statute, because you have to act consistently with the institutional statute, but flexibly for what is yet to come. See, so i.e. you must think dialectically about what is yet to come and what is now. The section of the Higher Education Act that Faku was talking about, 26, says that the manner of electing, it says the manner of bringing about the SRC is determined by the institutional statute. I've made that point. What I am trying to make right now is that you ask yourself this question. What did we say will be the manner of coming about the leadership? And how does that manner fare on the criteria of fairness, objectivity, and honesty? And I made the example, I want to make this example again. There was a fight about whether you want to have a winner takes all as a manner of electing, or you want to have a proportional representation as a manner of election. So there are two key events that have happened nationally. The first is that the Constitutional Court has made a ruling that individuals can contest elections. So the constitutional judgment is unfortunately, and I'm using the word unfortunately because I disagree with it, binding. It is binding. I always like to have a caveat because I don't want to be assumed to agree to certain things. Because one will say, oh, he agrees with that thing. I don't personally agree. But it is now a framework law because courts develop law, which is quite interesting that courts should develop law because it means that courts are more powerful than the people that make the law. And then so much for separation of powers and equality of... See, so what this means, see, for what you are doing, is that it will be illegal to deny an individual who wants to contest an election. I don't like it, but it will be illegal. The implication of that is that council is not going to accept a proposal that denies an individual a right to contest an election. What am I trying to say to you? I'm also trying to advise you what will be acceptable to council and what will not be acceptable to council. With my own integrity intact, I personally will not accept that in council as a member of council. And I'm explaining to you why that is important. It's not because I love the Constitution of South Africa. It's because somebody can take the institution to court and they will win. And the institution will have to pay money. and we don't have it. The finances of the institution are not bad, but there is a dwindling effect. They are looking down. And we're already spending millions on legal things. We are not going to spend money just because you want an individual to be denied a right to contest an election. So that's the first key event happening outside there. The second key event happening out there is a political one. It's that people are coming out to lose interest in politics in the sense of political things, political people. Now that's an indictment on the political leadership. You see, you know this as well as I do. If you read the stats outside, 10 million people didn't go to participate in the local government election. What this does is to put legitimacy issues on those that lead. Because the question then is, if most of the people choose not to come and vote in your process, what kind of constitutional mechanisms do you put in place? See. Secondly, what kind of political response you have as all political organizations. I can tell you now for free, gentlemen and ladies, that if you fail to represent the interests of the students, they change you, they put somebody else, or they stop voting as a sign of protest. Usually, no individual should win an election because no individual is more organized than you are. Usually. That an individual should ever succeed in an election in your process will have to indicate you on that day that you have sunk so low, that organized as you were disorganized by an individual. So what I'm saying is the manner of electing, the IEC now is working on a hybrid something, whatever that means. But it will involve the individual being given an opportunity to contest an election. That's the trajectory. And so you need to make your role in that regard. Second, there is this thinking that if you made numbers more, you become better. It's usually the same sets of arguments argued by, at the level of bad management practices and leadership practices, that the more, the better. No, the more, the merrier. Not the more, the better. So just because you can say you want to have, we used to have 13 Src members in Butterworth. Now you can go to Butterworth and find out whether 13 makes a difference to what happens in reality. All of us used to get remittance, when we were exiting. I don't know, I can't remember if I got mine. When we were exiting, there used to be a remittance. I learned the word for the first time from a dictionary. Remittance. We were 13. And the seats were reduced at some point to 6. Yeah. In other words, the extent of problems we faced did not have something to do with how many we were. No matter how much theorization was done from this proportional alignment of 1:2. See, I don't want to say something bad about it, but I'm just saying it is just a concept. In reality, you can have any number of SRCs because the SRC is empowered not by the constitution of the SRC, but by the statute to create any number of committees that you want to create. You can wake up tomorrow and create a committee and say that the name of this committee is ABCDEFG. So you could give it expression in your constitution. That maybe you are thinking of certain committees that you feel are critical. You can put those committees in. So the functions of the SRC are not determined in the Act, as I look at the Act, but they are determined by the institutional statute. If you want to influence what your functions are, you must influence the statute. So I'm giving you, comrades, a hint of what you need to do in order to influence what you want. You must also influence management, because you do want management to be on your side on certain issues. What that means is that you need an ability to articulate yourself persuasively to managers, right up to the level of the executive director. But to also go as far as, engaging bilaterally with management and say, look, we really feel strongly and we have consensus as student structures that this clause really needs to be here because of ABC. Make your case. It's not a crime to engage people, to lobby them persuasively, successfully, or otherwise. And I could have used the word unsuccessfully, but it would be too tough. Now, if you look at section 40 of the statute, it's very important, section 40, particularly that subsection M. Subsection M says that you also have some of the functions given to you by the statute now. You have the power or right to recommend to the council rules to determine the conduct of your own affairs. I do want you to note that the statute is explicit here that you can influence, you can write, through structures that you engage with, the student support, etc., to council. But because you yourself are a governance structure, you can write to council and say that as the Src constituted in terms of the Act and the institutional statute and our own constitution, allowable to write to you and engage you on A, B, C, D, E, F, G, we hereby engage you that we want to recommend rules A, B, C, D, E, F, G. In the powers that you have, because they are delegated, it means that everything that you decide within your jurisdiction, because then the Act says you have final decision-making powers on all matters within your jurisdiction, but remembering that this power is delegated in terms of the institutional statute. That means you need to be able to approach council when you are making decisions that impact on a delegated power. So Src constitution is such a thing because it must be approved by council. So if the things you say to council are not persuasive to council, then council may not accept them. I'm sorry, I could have said everything that you will like if I had the luxury to do so, comrades. The reality is that you are going to have to come at some point, this document will have to come at some point to council. And again, council is not the sort of thing that I like. If you asked me how I should like the institutions of higher learning to be structured, I would have completely given you a completely different answer. You see, I would have said that including a council, everybody must be equal in the making of any law. But that's not where I am now. I'm trying to say, how do we, if you like, in a Leninist form of party organization, navigate, tactically, all the constraints of the institution and get the best possible result? So Lenin was a skilled politician. He understood that the road to revolution takes a form of zigzags. To climb a mountain needs you to go that way, and that way, and that way. Sometimes you could not march straight. but you are marching straight. But you have to go zigzag sometimes to win certain issues. So you have to choose in the constitutional process which issues are most fundamental to you and to the future generations of WSU, and concentrate your attention on winning these issues. There are some of the issues that you are going to lose. You are bound to lose certain issues. And I don't say this likingly also. It is the kind of thing that happens in a society of class stratification. You lose certain things. In fact, Lenin says we don't have to teach each other what happens when we are on strike. We know exactly what happens when we are on strike. We lose certain things and we win other things. So the idea that people think they're going to break a wall is the idea of having broken your head. That's the actual idea it is. You should get a 12 pounds and hit the wall. So you hit the wall with a 12 pounds, and you have to hit many times. So you have to engage different people. I say that a skilled leader will try to win over people so they can accept their position. If you have not done so, you will not succeed. So the purpose of the policy process you are engaged in is to flesh out some of the details that will be in the spirit of and the letter of the law. And I've already made the point that when you make policy, you are judging future generations before they arrive. See, you are saying this is the judgment upon all of you who come after I've made law. I don't know if you've read the conversation between Socrates and Thucydides, a debate about what is justice. And Socrates has this long debate with the other fellow, and he defeats the other fellow. The other one comes in by the name of Thucydides, philosopher himself. He says justice is the interest of the stronger. Now, Socrates was a very wise man. Thucydides was a good philosopher. You are going to tell me who is wiser, the one who tells the truth or the one who has an ideal life. Thucydides says justice is the interest of the stronger. I think Thucydides was right, and Socrates was not wise at all, if he thought that's not true. So what this means is that you are operating within a context where council has more power than you do. I'm being very, very frank with you, comrades. I don't want to tell you things that you say, but you said we could master this matter. And then the matter is not going through. And then you said we could. That's no. And other members of council may not be pleased with your submissions. It's also a fact. Others may be pleased. You may win me over, because maybe, I don't know. You tell me. And you might not win me over either. I've already told you what you will not win me over on, for example. Maybe there are other issues. And that's going to happen as a matter of fact. That's why you have to do what? Negotiate the process. Lobby, negotiate. Make sure that what you say, and you can make sure that you can say to council, what we have said here is consistent with the spirit of an Src constitution, of the institutional statute, of the act, and of the laws of the country that Mandashe does not like. So you could say that. So let me make the last point. So the relationship between the SGC and the ISRC because this is a thorny debate, student parliament is constantly being reconstituted in the same way that SRC is constantly being reconstituted. Because, a student is someone in transit all the time. And because student movements like marking each other, they miss a very significant point, precisely that point, that everybody is in transit. We missed that point too. We almost got that point in 2015 during Fees Must Fall, and then we lost the point again because politics came back in, bad politics. There's good politics in lawmaking, and there's bad politics in lawmaking. It's a choice that leaders have to make, because everything rises and falls with leadership. It's a choice that has to be made. With the ISGC and the ISRC, the question is threefold. It is about creating a layer of leadership. Your constitution has to articulate how it creates a system of a layer of leadership. Because tomorrow you will not be here. The constitution should compel student societies and formations to have leadership successions articulated clearly. Because the reason why the other guy left power and the other one came in blank and knowing nothing at all is because he belonged to a wrong faction or to a right faction in his political organization. But he could be mushroomed into leadership, unprepared, completely clueless of the stuff that needs to happen. But because politicians like to pretend, see, there is no game of deception than the one I have ever seen in politics. A stooge could be elected tomorrow simply because he was capable of lying to everybody successfully. So my point at the level of leadership is, how do you enable leadership succession, leadership development, it becoming a constitutional imperative that you develop leadership in a certain way. You have societies, 20, 30, whichever number, X number of them. See, they bring you somebody to parliament, see, as in parliament. They bring you somebody, see, they keep quiet. They're all blessed ISGC. They represent students of a particular section, but they are quiet the entire time. Two answers. Either the matter does not concern them, or they have no idea how it concerns them, even though it does. So your constitution must enable this element, very critical. The second element it needs to enable is accountability. The Constitution, when it talks about accountability, would talk about how you could be petitioned. That to me is a very weak mechanism. I could not be petitioned, as a student leader. Who could petition me? You could say the same thing. You could say, who's going to petition me? Because I am going to corrupt the process that petitions me so that it does not succeed. I'm not going to be petitioned by an opposition. Who do they think they are? See, it's a mentality of political naivety, masquerading as strength. See, so you have to create a system of accountability. I don't know how it should look like, but it seems to me that it lies squarely in how your ISGC gets constituted and is structured. So that these ones who don't want to report can be brought to book. You know the thing when we have this conversation, the person who is the leader now thinks that people are talking to him or her. They forget that the conversation transcends the individual. The conversation is about how do you have a student governance such as to enable the possibility, at the very least, of accountability. Accountability is very crucial. The last one is how you deal with issues of general student conduct. Now, I'm saying amongst yourselves, the statute does make provisions. I would urge you to read the statute. I think it's from 40 downwards. The statute provides framework elements of the things you can do and you cannot do. And it's best that you read it yourself. It's got from A probably right up to O or something. There you will see what sorts of things you could do and not, so that when you flesh out these things in the Constitution, that stuff is in. And I wanted to revert to that point of accountability. Because ultimately you are accountable to the institutional statute and by extension, logically, to council. Now, if you do things that are against the statute at the basic level, you are acting illegally, institutionally. So my advice is that you look at this matter of the student conduct. Look at it objectively. You know, in 2012-13, we had a scenario. At that time, we were in charge. See, I'm using the word, but I'm not advising myself with my own words. I should have been advised not to say in charge. We thought we were in charge, and a strike emanated from a department called engineering, electrical engineering. I don't know if you've heard that story. It was a tough story for all of us. And what happened in that strike is that these guys wanted, material to start, legitimate issues. And we met, and I'm not going to mention names, but we met as a student leadership. One suggestion was that this matter has been going on for too long. There's that thing when you're a student leader, you don't want to appear like an idiot who can't deal with matters. It's a psychological thing. Yeah, it's a psychological thing. But if you read the philosopher called Seneca, he says that one of the things we need to do is to master emotions and not be governed by them. We must become masters of emotions so that we can govern emotions. He would say that what you do when you are angry reveals exactly who you are in your true self. I.e., what you do when you are emotional reveals the true nature of you, who you are, generally. The kinds of things that you suppress about yourself. When you are angry, they come out. But those are things that you can overcome. So what happened in that protest was that we were divided in my own organization about this matter. And I was a student leader at that time. We were going to go to a mass meeting divided completely because other comrades belonged to electrical engineering and they were equally leaders of the branch executive committee. So we left the branch executive committee without a mandate because electrical engineering was on strike and the other comrades disagreed that the strike should continue. The strike comrades make us look very bad. It makes us look like we're not in charge here. We need to stop it. So I went to the meeting. This is an important example because the strike had been continuing for over a month, up to its second month. And so we had a political division around that year. And it shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. because we try, when Src is in charge, we try to make it look ridiculous. And when we were in charge, they try to make us ridiculous. So that's what we used to do. See, trying to mark each other. Because there's a next election. There's always a next election. And the next election starts as soon as the other one wins. And goodness me, when are we going to govern? We are bound to bungle and botch the process. We're bound. So in other words, leadership failure is inborn in the very nature of our relationship. But if we become aware of that very fact, if we become aware, we do better. Again, I go back to that example. 2014, 2015. We became extremely successful because we said, no, let's not do this thing. Some of the issues that, I'm left with 5 minutes, I'll be very brief. Some of the issues we are confronted with, comrades, have a lot to do with what's happening at the level of the state. They are not caused by WSU. And this is just an honest fact, again, it's an honest reflection. They are not caused by management, some of the issues, some of them. I'm not saying all. There could be issues attributable to management, but not all of them. For example, if government gives the institution 10 rand, and we need 15 rand, there's absolutely nothing that can be done about it by WSU. WSU can simply say, well, we have 10 rands. And then you can say, but how do we know that we have 10 rands? And then they say, no, look at our books. These are our books. We have 10 rand. So, okay, let's organize ourselves nationally and fight this thing. The struggles of the students are struggles of workers. There's no doubt about it. And no sane worker thinks that it is okay for things to happen against students. I'm saying sane workers. I'm not saying they are insane workers. But no sane worker. Does that. What we need to think about collectively as student leadership is how do we begin to organize ourselves outside the corridors of institutions, but for the sake of making those institutions properly ours and better. And that's what Fees Must Fall did. Something that could never be achieved by an institution. Never. I'm not lying to you. All the problems we face in South Africa are the problems that are reflected in WSU. Whether you like it, whether you are my political friend or opponent, but that's a fact. And if we want to solve those problems, we need to think about how structures such as SAUS or any other form of structure, including student formations across the board, can be brought together for the sake of fighting these issues. And I'm making one last point, and this now is not a policy matter, but it's kind of a point. That the funding at the higher education level has dwindled past the 2 years of COVID, probably roughly by 4 billion. On the other hand, the student debt has risen from 14 billion to 16.4 billion, by 2.4 billion in 2 years. When you come to WSU and say, we need students to get opportunity to study, WSU has a responsibility to listen. But we all collectively have an obligation to understand the national character of that problem, so that we can organize at a level that directly deals with the issues. The funding problem, I don't know how to sugarcoat such important issues to you. I don't know how in heaven's name we are going to solve the problem of unfunded students. There is no magic wand. I always say, Comrade President and SG, that under a system of capitalism, you can't be too creative. There are limits. Capitalism is like this room. Your creativity starts and ends here in this room. You see the point I'm trying to make? So if you are trying to solve a problem in this room, you have to break this room so that you can break new frontiers. The state has a dwindling revenue. The revenue is going down and down because there's high unemployment. It's over 45%. The government does not have money because the money is in the hands of capitalists. It's concentrated in Rupert's and company. You know, Panyaza was saying there are 3 families whose names he could not remember. But he was right. So the point is that that's where money is. So we need to think about these issues that we were asking the Vice Chancellor, collectively as the ISG, as the ISSGC. Then we start organizing at that level. We, and I'm saying we, because as a worker, I consider myself, you know, as a parent of a student. I don't know if you think that I look like a parent, but that's how I consider myself. Let's organize at that level. Chair, thank you for allowing me. I'm going now to send my greetings to you, to the ED, to the Student Affairs Division, and I hope that I have been useful.
Well, if that round of applause does not indicate how well received the input was, I don't know why. I absolutely enjoyed it. And as you were speaking, you were touching on a whole lot of things and some other caps that I wear in other different spaces. And I'm like, oh, we need to chat about this. I need to pick your brain on this. But quite informative. So I'll tell you a story. I like the fact that you lifted the conversation beyond the student formation, because I don't even want to say the party political, the student formation political differences that we often get stuck in. And you lifted it to bigger socio-economic limitations that confront us. And the fact that that is the enemy that we need to organize ourselves to confront. So I was in the Src at UPE back in the days, you know, back in the days, and that's where I cut my teeth, and in other spaces in student politics. And I worked for an entity that ended up supporting Walter Sisulu University to do elections, Src elections, many years ago. And so obviously, most whenever I come to Walter Sisulu, properly, proper. And so I have a leaning, like some oftentimes and because like you came in for us in amazing ways at a time of need. So this is an institution where I know ukuba umntu yaziwa ewusu. I come in ndizonceda. I remember, obviously, the chaos hits you. Hey, I want to mama there's too many moving parts to the elephant. But I will never forget ubusuku where I had to drive because kukumbutho wawuzise inkomo phayeduwa lenkomo yayizawuxhelwa ebusuku like from an animal cruelty point of view and all sorts of considerations. I thought to myself as an electoral agent, man, this shouldn't be happening. I don't think this is right. Nor do I think the university leadership is aware that this thing is happening. We are born. Safika pa inkomo iwile ilele ngecala. Ixhelwe emnyameni. And I so hope that in our thinking and in our being and in our lives and in our political activism, that we've emerged and have gotten to a place where we recognize ukuba iusu as an environment is the ground in which we train ourselves for where we're going, right? And I'm hoping that those days are gone. So I was excited to be invited to be part of this process because I thought we're turning a tide somehow. Come on, and never again will we be slaughtering cows at 12 o'clock midnight ahead of an election in the morning, whatever strategy that might be. All right, so we're going to open the floor now for commentary. A lot has been said, but what has been said really was to frame the conversation for us going forward, right? What we've heard was that the university is in transition. The university has articulated a strategic direction, and we are trying to align ourselves as student affairs with that direction. There has been processes that have taken place at campus level that have led us to where we are. And we are inputting into two processes. There's the constitutional, Src constitutional amendment process, and that today we seized with the constitutional amendment process. But there's other policies that impact on student life that we need to input on. And tomorrow is dedicated to all those other policies, right? So today is about the constitutional amendment process. There's inputs we've made at campus level that would be shared just now, but I wanted to invite you, if there are any specific questions that you have just on this overarching framing, ebisenziwa from UDOG all the way to Dr. Mantashe now with this panel. If you have comments to make on this one or questions to ask, now is the time to do so. One? Okay, right. I see. We shall go in that order. One? All right, let's go this way. I will start with the lady in the front. So you are number one, because she is one of very few ladies I'm seeing. 1, 2, you are number 2. You will be number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8. You are the last one, number 9. All right, let's go. If it is said, you do not repeat it, you do not emphasize it. Here's the frame. We limit the preamble as well, ne? So we shorten the preamble and get straight to it.
Okay. Enkosi kakhulu, facilitator of the program. Ndibulise indlu yonke, ndingacalucaluli, ndithi nje nqanga nentsiba zayo. Ndizaba short and brief because ezinye izinto sizozidiscussa as ixesha lihamba. I will just first start with the presentation from ED, Dr. Mohaswa. Ndiyazi ke facilitator that she concentrated on this thing, but the presentation by UDOC has ezinye izinto that at least we need clarity on or comment, and also align those things with the core values of the university. Yes. So there's something in here and toucher, which is the disability. As the university, that abantu that are living with a disability, sibathatha as ba ngabantu bethu that are special. So funeke kwenziwe some things that is ba accommodate bafilishe nabo ba these students or the staff abasebenza at WSU. But you will find out that when a student sase WSU is disabled, si treatwa special when si funded. If that student is not funded, that means that student is no longer special. You will have facilities where or residences, we have our special student residing there, or a block dedicated to them. So when that student is no longer funded, the institution ayisaqhubekeki ithi lo mntana udisabled bekufanele ubuhlala kule ndawo uyazibonela, and there's only one office a caterer for student with disability, which is institutional. Campusini abakubona abantwana babaqhuba kanjani na. So if ndihamba nge-wheelchair ndingu-anathi andifeyilile okanye ndingesenayo i-funding, e-WSU andisatreatwa as umuntu o-disabled because ngoku andisayinikwa laa ndawo benditreatwa ngayo special. That means ndi-aligna nee-core values zethu ke ngoku, abukho ubuntu. Yes. On a presentation photo of Dr. Mohaswa of the producing a conducive environment for the student of WSU. Some policies, zibhaliwe black and white and they right. Some of them, they do accommodate everyone and they are producing a conducive environment for an African child. But the problem we have in WSU, I know we are not here to discuss the operations, but the problem we have in WSU, implementation. Sihlala kwi-gatherings ezinje on boardrooms, size with ideas, review policies, but there is no implementation. You'll find that we have these policies and they are good and ideas came and the council adopted these policies, but there is no implementation. So on conducive environment that is provided, like room allocations and everything. So as our student leadership, we've seen that at WSU, asisebenzi njengezinye universities, that asisebenzisa uba umfundi makahlale erumini enjani okanye enjani. We have our specification and everything. I will not dwell much on that, but we do not have a standard in WSU. I think on the road to implement or review these policies and the plan that the unit have about this conducive environment, they must take note of having the standard. Because you will find out that they would say we have A, B, C, and D, but we only have one grade that is conducive for the student of WSU. Okay. Yes.
All right. I'm going to have to move because there's like 9 hands, and I'm trying to get to all 9 hands in 15 minutes. And we have tomorrow a whole day dedicated to policies. So can we agree that we're going to hold it here? And then we'll take it to tomorrow? All right. So we'll take it to tomorrow, the comments on policy. Are we together on that? So we focus today on constitutional amendments. Number 2 is over there. No, number 2 is behind you.
Inkosi facilitate. Mandibule sindlu yonke ngokupheleleyo. Maniqale kulanda yakho doc, because I think ndigxile kuwisi kakhulu ukuba ingabe inkokheli ziyazalwa okanye ziyakhiwa na. Amazivumelani ziyazalwa, but ezona zibhetele zezakhiwayo. That's a reality. Mhlawumbe ke at least umuntu omrhabulo andivana lento ba ziyazalwa kulanto yokwenza ne-feudalism xa une chance zokuvakatshela pa. Number 2, I believe you are part and parcel of the policies and other stuff. Iware yam nalento ezi policies yambe set boundaries. The current incident that we had as WSU was the one of accreditation.
Okay.
And xa ixoxwa ihambe yaxoxwa yamisa graduation. Ne? Kwathiwa, you as an SRC, you are not in a space of discussing whether the graduation continues or not, because kuxoxela into yabantu abagraduate, which is abekho kwi-space sabo bakwi-space se-convocation. You understand? Ndiyakulanda statute. It is within their premises babaxoxela bona, so baxoxelwa i-convocation. And I'm skeptical because it will also go xa sihlele ezimeetingini sixoxa the issue of certificates. Kuzathiwa SRC i-certificates ezagraduate, there's a team which is called convocation. So siyakucela doc ne-team yakho laa nto certificate sanoyiyeka madoda seyikuno. The last one, I don't want to be seen as ba uvisi seletshila uba we must always complain. Here's the solution to unfund a student, because nathi iyasitya ekugqibeleni. Go to Butterworth, tell all those landlords as ba they must contribute back to the university. Basic schemes abantu unfunded. Go to SPA, go to FNB, isikolo sine-alignment ne-FNB asiyazi relationship iqala iphele. They must play it back. We're busy using that banks. Capitec fund a student NSFAS ukhala pha. They must plow back to university so that singabi sixaka nabantu unfunded. Lastly, on the issue of accommodation, take all funded student banike results ngaphandle, unfunded one bafanga ngapha ecampusini bakwazi ukushiya institution bangawushiya umuntu. Enkosi mfowethu.
All right.
Yes, and the third
Yes,
one.
that's number 3.
Yes, thank you.
Wait. I wanted to make sure that, Dr. Mantasha, did you understand that powers and functions between the SRC and the convocation question? Okay, cool. Number
Yes,
3?
thank you. I want to go to the constitutionality of the constitution, the SRC constitution. It is in the Constitution of South Africa that everyone is allowed to contest, even political parties. Now, our constitution says that political structures cannot contest top 5. I want to check, is that constitutional now? If not, are you saying that the SRC are not SRCs? Because once something is unconstitutional, it means whatever fruit it comes out there is unconstitutional as well. It means they are not SRCs as they are staying here. Okay. If it's so. Second, I wanted to check again. Here we're having...
Wait,
yes.
Rashid. Is that in the constitution that we are
Yes.
here to amend?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
proposed amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Secondly, here we're saying that we're having disabled students. Now, also saying that in the constitution, the formation of the constitution, there's no office we call it gender and disability.
Okay.
So how do we find that be constitutional? Because we're told that everyone have to be equally represented in the constitution of South Africa. It means in the constitution of the SRC, they are not represented. So is that constitutional now? Because I've heard to tell Doc and Kwalacala, class city individual like contest as with Malond, in Gabia woman alaba imibooting a contest. Because Ublalanto populism, Apa une clowns as the top 5, as the Bulala Aband, Bulalimi boot, because we know that these people are backed by organization, then Lapabo Tetenga Yogenguk. And I want to check again, Klaus City, the purpose of the constitution, the one who's powerful, Tari Pawazaki. Yes. Okay. Don't you think that here, because the constitution, SRC derives its power from the council, but yet again, I co-kill council, and the power itatangdoni we High Education Act. So is ngaba right in la clause of the constitution? If not, see na. Thank you.
All right, okay. I'm assuming umuntu ibambile inamba yakhe ne because ngowanthi ayibambanga uyofika ku number 9. Does wena qha number 9 the last one? Okay.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I have a question and 2 comments, then I sit down. Firstly, my question will be directed to Mr. Tia. So, Mr. Tia, this constitution that we are here about today, it has a document which is called Standard Operating Procedure. Now, as the legal expert that is here, I want to ask, what is that document? Kamnandi futhi uke wazikhokhela nezistudents. What is that document? How is that necessary that kufuneka kube khona that document a supplement okanye a support this constitution? That is the first clarity. Then I want to comment on the issue of core values. On this thing of on this project of Vision 2030. Core values, particularly honesty and integrity. I believe it's necessary that it must be quickly integrated to staff, because typical example, we had this after second semester. Those students that are doing educational sciences level 4, they were going to teaching practice. Now, on the day that they must go to teaching practice, they do not receive their funding. It does not make sense at all. How come? How bazakwela ngantoni usuka from esikolweni in those various schools they are doing prac? I called my friend who's in another institution. Yabuza, my friend, iyenzeka lento kule institution that abantu bangayifakela imali on time. Uthi no, imali ifakiwe bayifumana and everything. So maybe that is poor performance or incompetence, but those COVID, it must be quickly integrated, because there's no honesty, there's no integrity now. And lastly, as I land, I will land on the point of the constitution again. uSinsiki made a point part that now kenzeka bak elect a populist. That again was made by this constitution. You cannot say student political formations, they do not contest, they must not contest the top 5. Just because someone is selling ice cream at Res, then now is popular, then we must say that that person must come here and contest SRC election. That's why we're going to find populists in the occupying the SRC. All that was done to limit the political formations. But it's fine, we are here for that. We hope that our inputs that we are going to make in the next coming days, 2 days, is going to be very clear on that. We hope also that the council will also see our views useful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We go to the next one.
Thank you. I just have one comment and one question, then I sit down. The comment is directed towards Mr. Dia and Advocate Dia, in fact, and Dr. Mandash. Yeah. The one thing I don't like about previous student leaders is that once they get to the other side, they are very convincing. I was once a student for a few days of debate being taught by Dr. Mandash. And one thing that he said, whenever you are going to tackle an argument, the first thing you must do is to rebut and dismantle the idea brought by the other person. Now, I'm thinking to myself that initially when he was speaking, it's coming back that, yeah, well, this is a very big rebuttal of the powers and how they are supposed to be given. And I must say, that's one thing I do not like. You are very convincing, even though it's going against us. I'm starting to believe, even though I'm not believing as well. Now, the question that I have is that you raised the point of saying limiting power versus authority. Now, there's one thing that we always cry as these student leaders of democratic centralism, which is what we will always find us crying it for one person in WSU, which is CFO, to say release powers so that everyone can be, So I want to understand, how do we then distinguish the authority given to those who are in leadership by those who are the occupiers or the holders of the mass power? Because you are saying that people who are having the power are the ones who are putting those in leadership. So now, how do we then distinguish that line of saying, when the majority has elected these people to lead, how do we then make sure that there is that line of authority to say that as us who are leading, now you have given us a task, let us carry it through and not have you interfere within, so that even us as leadership, we know that we're not supposed to overstep because we've been given a line of duty. I would understand it very clearly when the argument was saying that the SRC it's a policy that you go in account quarterly or every 6 months. Then it's a different argument, because then you know that there's a certain time for having to account and not just any time in between. So I just want to get a clarity on that. Thank you.
All right, just give us a second. There is a hand here. There was a hand here before yours. Okay. Okay, all right. Yes, you can go.
Oh, okay. Thank you, facilitator. Mine is simple and short. Submission, because questions ezininzi okanye clarities bendinazo sendi-capture lishiwe zilata speakers. I-submission yam iza ngolu hlobo. Uvis mentioned into ye-funding edonatwe nguSibusiso Bhengu. Yes. Umentioned la funding ne. So ndine submission okanye ask kula funding, because she mentioned indoba kule vision of 2030 bacinga ukuyi-split and then kwenziwe i-recreation grounds at Ibika nezinye ke izinto ne. So i-ask yam iza ngolu hlobo, facilitate. Can at least mhlawumbe u-30% of that funding athathwe aye kwi-postgrades zethu, because we have a number of i-postgrades apha CWSU ezingekafumani certificates, therefore azifumani misebenzi because i-certificates zazo ziselapha. We cannot run away from the fact that singabantwana abasuka from disadvantaged rural areas, or i-backgrounds zethu azikho that warm, yabo. So at least 30% akanothathwa from that funding, then alendoza acuthe amatyala wezi alumni sinazo, so that some of ezo alumni zizofumana i-certificate zazo, because mna andiyiboni into entle nebukeka into yoba kuzofunda abantu abayi-5,000s, and then kule 5,000 ibigraduate kulo nyaka only 30 of them abaye bakwazi ukuba employed, then the rest abakwazi ukufumana nix because i-certificate zabo zabambeke esikolweni ngenxa yamatyala. So at least a portion of that funding, I'm not saying yonke ivele iye kubo, because I believe the one of Src budget is more based on iluzana students ezisekhona currently, so ayikwazi ke ngoku uyoncedisa kula matyala. That was my submission. Thank you.
Oh, all right, okay. So we're going to take that submission, and it is an important one. We're going to take it to that meeting on Saturday next week between the VC and us.
Yeah, thank you very much, facilitator. I just have questions on my side. My first question is directed to Advocate Dia. I just want him to take us into confidence on that part that he mentioned in Dioba. Even the management does not have what we call a legal status, but we have seen in the past the management issuing, I can say, interdicts for the SRC. So I just want to be taken into confidence. Was it constitutional or was it something that is legit? Also, I have a question to you, Dr. Mantashe. With this question, go. Okay.
All right.
So,
Okay.
Sorry,
Your hand was not up. Your hand was not up. No, I did not recognize you because your hand was not up, and there were many other people whose hands were up. So we do not take that hand.
Thanks very much, facilitator. I have a more of questions, but I will only cover a few and some few comments. We can check, like as students, that in management really have an objective or a goal to kill political formations slowly. As you can see that we are told that in this current constitution that an organization can't contest in the top 5. But at the same time, you are also told that that particular person that ascends to the top 5 can't be recalled. So this gives us a question again, when there is something arising that in power, populists must not ascend there. Our university, it is African university, ne? But then if you can check in terms of residencies, there are people who are having calling and other things, but you can't hear the residence unit or department saying there is a special rooms reserved for people who have a traditional calling or whatsoever, so that they can have a space to perform all those rituals. So I think the university must also check on that one. And again, the university, I feel like, is not taking postgraduates seriously. few graduates that are able to get to secure a funding, and again, few postgraduates that are able to be allocated in rooms because they don't have a funding. So I think the university must start to have means and come up with solutions so that at least it can be able to meet that vision 2030 that is in pursuit of excellence by supporting a postgraduate in terms of funding, in terms of everything, so that they can be motivated to further their studies. It is very discouraging as a postgrad. You don't have a room, you don't have a funding, you are just a mere person who is not treated as a postgraduate. That thing alone discourages people to move forward further with their studies. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. That was the last hand. And so we are going to turn the mic now back to you, Doc. I don't know if you want to engage some of the comments that were made. There were specific questions, Advocate and Dr. Mantashe, there were specific questions to you. There is a roving mic. I don't know, you're happy to engage those questions from there, and I'm happy if you want to come up here. Edie, go first.
Thank you for the thank you for the questions regarding creating a conducive environment for students with disabilities. Firstly, I need to indicate that as a university, we are obliged to create that conducive environment, and it's not limited to student affairs. I think the policy that you were given when you were consulting in campuses did not provide a table where we are saying, starting from when I enter campus and interact with security, there should be a role to say, as security, what's your role when Mohasa comes in? Are you going to say, get off the car and I must explain myself that I'm on wheelchair? Or I must tell you, no, I cannot hear you. So we are simply saying, in that policy, we should provide roles and responsibilities, starting with when I enter campus up until when I graduate, meaning that every support department in the university should have roles and responsibilities. Then secondly, the issue of funding, I must say, funding is a problem for all the students. And students with disabilities, normally they are given funding either by NSFAS or other funders. However, when they don't perform academically, they lose that funding like any other person. What we should be doing as a university is that you'd find that Mohaswa, who's visually impaired, for instance, last year I could not submit all my assignments simply because probably the material was not relevant for my needs. Or at times I've missed an assessment because the lecturer is not aware of my specific needs. For instance, if you were to send a material to every student and say, for instance, education, create a video on singing a particular song, and I'm a deaf student, am I going to create that video? Definitely not. So some of the things are simply because I did not get the necessary support, therefore I will fail. I'll give you an example. I think it was early this year when we got one of the students, I think it was BCC or so, there was no support from the, I nearly said college, from the faculty. And we had to come in and say, the faculty must assist the student because she was at the brink of losing funding. So some of the things, as soon as we are aware as the university and students have declared, then the necessary support can be provided so that you don't lose funding if you got it in the first place. But if you did not have funding, these are some of the things that as students, as staff, we then need to come up with what are some of the things that we could do. It's beyond the university, but it's things that we need to start engaging and then provide intervention on. The issue of residences. When I'm a disabled student, I must first declare so that whoever is dealing with residences should know. And I must say to ISRC and ISGC members, this is problematic. As people, we don't declare. I mean, starting with myself, I've not declared that I cannot see from a distance. Only when I pass you and you're like, ma'am, you did not greet me. I'm like, I don't see you. But I have not declared, starting with myself. So the fact that I have not declared, I may not get the necessary support. I'm sure you saw earlier when I was presenting, I was struggling to read some of the. So the first point is let people declare so that we are able to provide support. And sometimes some of the students are afraid to declare because they feel like maybe if I've declared, they'll say, no, we can't take you, we don't have the necessary support. So that's the first thing, so that any other person in the university can know the support that they need to provide. The issue of those who are funded maybe to be placed in posters, I believe it's some of the engagements that are required. But remember, you may have some, for instance, females who may feel more comfortable on campus than going external. So I think those are some of the things that we could discuss. The issue of the funding, I think you're referring to the Sibusiso Bengune funding, to say why not take certain 30% and use it for this. Or unfortunately, that's Sibusiso Bengu. The funding that the VC was talking about student centers, it was specifically geared for infrastructure. And then as a university, we said, okay, specifically for a student center. So we cannot take that money and say convert it into funding. Do you get it? So the funding was specifically for infrastructure. So maybe as a university, we need to explore other avenues that may be considered. Dr. Mandashe, I know this is specifically for you, but there's something that I've always thought about regarding certificates. To say, is it not a time where as a university and as students, we may make proposals to say, okay, as Mohaso, I've completed the qualification, but I cannot get a certificate because I am not qualified. Can't we then make proposals to the university to say, if a person has completed the qualification and a person has applied somewhere, remember you've got an academic record, you have applied somewhere, can they maybe consider writing a letter to those people to say, yes, you have completed the qualification, then once you are employed, you start paying, then you get a certificate. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, these are some of the things that I'm thinking of. And it can even go beyond the university. Remember the system, for instance, in Home Affairs, right now, it's clear that this is Moha, so this is this. If I go to SASA, I can't because automatically the systems are linked. So I was at some point thinking that, is it not a time where we can propose to say, when we have graduates, they've completed qualifications, every time there's an employment opportunity, can the employers engage with the university or have some access to the data, especially when you are given employment, so that it's not a stumbling block for you to be applying because you already have an academic record. I'm just saying these are some of the thoughts that I was having, but let me hand over to Mtate Mantashe.
Yes, the gentleman who handles the program of taking things, request that we come here. So let me start from the last point. From the last point of the unfunded students. Yes, actually what you are proposing is something that the university started doing a couple of years ago. I appreciate that you would not have known because you've just joined us. But that is what the university had been doing. The problem with that model is that it has not worked. What that model has done is to make it difficult for a WSU student to compete with the other one. Now, there are already two problems. The student comes from WSU and people have this negative perception, Lord knows where they got it. And then now the person does not have a certificate, so they need to explain themselves through a letter. And employers, employers have operated in a different level, They want the things they want, and they want to take people whom they think they take these things seriously, If you don't have the certificate, they look for the other one. You're from WSU, you have no certificate. This is another one in the competition, in the labor market. It's a very tough thing in the labor market. To the extent that, convocation has taken what as a key tenet of its strategy for the next 3 years, is to do one thing that was requested in the AGM, which is to create an account. We've already made proposals to the management in terms of creating the account as per the AGM resolution, because we need to fundraise to get the money to help the students, the graduates in particular, to pay off their debts. Some debts are too big, some are small. So we need to develop a criteria in terms of how we would do those kinds of things. That's the first thing. The second response is we want to talk to management and council at a different level to propose a model. So this model would mean that the institution gives you the certificate, the government guarantees to pay the debt, and then a system is developed to track you. Basically, there are three elements. It's kind of not a very difficult thing in the age of technology. Because the problem is about the institution says, if I give you the certificate, how do I get you back? So what we want to propose is a simple model with three elements. Get the certificate, government guaranteed to pay the debt, because in any case, the person who does not have the money to pay the debt will not have it. It's just a logical fact. If you are not employed, you can't pay the money, period. So it's a catch-22 situation. The university will never get its money. You will never get your certificate. Who's going to win then? See? So it's logically problematic. We need to navigate away from it. So if management and council and government, because we need the government, so the government needs to say, because anyway, a huge percentage of WSU students are paid from NSFAS, from government coffers. Sometimes government clears historic debts, see, sometimes, over a period of time. So we were asking what the debt is from the CFO, because we need to start from facts. The CFO says, the debt we have is about 1.4 billion. That's a student debt, 1.4 billion. And this is not a secret. If you read the annual report of the university, which has now become public in the desktop, the debt is 1.4 billion. The debt nationally is 16.4 billion. Now, if you want to deal with this problem, you need government to be involved. So they can say, I know that the SRC president does not have the money. I hereby, as government, declare that when money becomes available in my coffers as government, I will clear the debt of that gentleman. Please give him his certificate so he can go and look for a job. Now, if we don't win, because we must not speak like politicians, we may win, we may not win. If we don't win, then we're going to rely on people being willing to put money into the coffers of the convocation account. We were then asking the CFO's office to do two things. One is to disaggregate this debt, because part of this debt is student debt. Part of the debt is graduate debt. And part of this debt results from NSFAS not having paid it. Part of it results from the institution not having properly administered the people that were deserving of NSFAS. Part of it belongs to students that have not taken responsibility about it. So we need to categorize this debt properly so that convocation can deal with graduate debt. And SRC can negotiate access. So SRC negotiates access. We negotiate the graduate debt. Because you're not going to go to work with an incomplete certificate. But once you need a certificate, you need to go back to work. So that's our position. The CFO is now disaggregating the debt on our behalf, so that we can. It's not going to be 1.4 billion. So that's the entire student debt. And the university has started actually to do what is called adjusting the provision for bad debts for accounting students. In other words, people that simply are not likely to pay. The adjustment has gone higher up, which means the likelihood that people who owe the institution money will pay it is very low. So everybody has to begin from facts. what's the fact? No one is going to win if we don't come to some agreement. What's the agreement we need to come to? I guarantee to pay the debt, get your certificate, how do we track you? Now that's being creative within a capitalist framework. That's how far you can go. There was a proposal by government, I'm sorry to eat your time, but I think this is a key issue of WSU, in any case of every institution. If you look at the Hehe report, the one written in the midst of the tensions around fees must fall, it's a long document. And there's a document of 2009, and then the one of around 2016, 2017, the Hehe report. This report proposes a contingency loan policy. That is to say, let's give a student money to study, then they can pay us back when they can find a job. If they can't find the job, then the government will pay the debt. That policy was rejected by government at that time, 2017. Now, we don't know how this corporate Fago is going to, sound in the ears of the minister. But we think that the minister is probably likely to listen to us if we say that we want to also develop a model. You see, so we are going to make that case. We don't think management will not support that case. We think management will actually help us make that case better to the ministry. I hope that I've tried to answer this question. And this question overlaps with the issue of convocation and SRC functions and powers. It's clear what we represent. We represent graduates and staff that has worked here for 5 years or more, and emeritus professors, etc. They are in the statute, the people we represent. So soon as one becomes a graduate, so soon we have become their leader, even if they did not elect us. Yeah, that's the thing about being born into society. You 13-year-olds don't elect anybody. So on the question of accreditation, I think that is a matter that concerns both of us, students and convocation. Convocation's fundamental duty is to ensure that the integrity of these qualifications remain intact. Otherwise, woe unto all of us. See, and that's why we have a fundamental responsibility as convocation to be angry when there's a problem with accreditation. We don't apologize. We will never apologize. Because that's our constituency. We will not apologize to anybody, anywhere. Because if we become apologetic about the matter that is a core business of this institution, which implicates our integrity, then we are fools. And we don't deserve any leadership position. So we don't want to be liked when this matter is on the table. We will make an enemy with all of you if this matter is on the table. And that is not a joke. That's why we were angry on March and on April. And that's why we're watching the matter, because the matter is being handled. And from what we've seen, the matter is done. And I can tell you now, comrades, if this matter pops up again elsewhere, and we find that programs of the institution are not accredited, we will fight, period. But we're not going to go on TV and on newspapers or on Facebook. We are going to fight inside, professionally, respectfully, with everybody. We're not going to start enemies as if it's necessary. We disagree fundamentally with people going on Facebook and on TV to talk about the accreditation status of WSU. They have no business doing that. We don't accept that. Because we think that they make the situation worse and bad than it already is. See, when Daily Dispatch publishes nonsense, we should come to our defense. We should not strip ourselves naked to the public. Otherwise, we are fools. See, we put our own integrity at stake. See, speaking on Facebook about ourselves. What idiocy. So, on the third issue, political structures can't. This thing about political structures. Our yardstick. I don't speak on behalf of council. The chair only can do that. But I can tell you, we are going to apply our minds to this constitution. This constitution cannot be inconsistent with the constitution of the country. Cannot be. It will not be. You can rest assured. Anything in this constitution that is unconstitutional in terms of the country's constitution, and that is not in keeping with the Constitutional Court ruling last year, is not going to be acceptable. Period. Because what the test we're going to apply, maybe Fagu will speak better, but the test we're going to apply is to say, is this clause that says that political structures have no right to contest positions, is this clause legal? Is it constitutional? I'm not a lawyer, but we have lawyers in the institution. And we have lawyers outside, if needs be. Council will have to find a lawyer outside, independent of the lawyers inside, to tell us that, is it legal? I'm not a lawyer, I'm saying so to you again. There are things that are too obvious, then there are things that are not so obvious, because I'm not a lawyer. All I know is that everybody has a right to contest an election. That I know for sure, regardless of whether they're a political party or an individual. But I know that for a fact. The right to recall, I'm not a lawyer again, but here's the thing. In any democratic society, there must be a constitutional mechanism to hold somebody accountable, including removing them. If you can't remove somebody, then you can't hold them accountable. Why is Cyril Ramaphosa undergoing a possible process of being impeached? It's because he can be recalled. He's recallable. So if somebody makes a law that makes it impossible to remove somebody who screws up, that's illegal. I'm sorry. But if somebody thinks that, then we need to create a system where people can just be removed, they are equally mistaken. The limitation of powers, limitation of powers. How do you distinguish leadership authority? I thought that you believed in Lenin. I don't know if you don't believe in him now. The founder of democratic centralism, i.e., decisions are taken democratically. The leadership only has the authority to implement a decision coercively, forcefully, because it has been agreed upon. The leader has the right to make judgments and be accountable later if those judgments are not found. And the leader, in terms of the constitution, must come and account. Now, suppose you go to a council meeting. When you come back, you don't call a meeting of students. And then you go to another council meeting. No accountability. Oh, no, what's wrong? No, I'm waiting for the third quarter. What leadership is that? You can't wait for the third quarter when council has taken a decision to increase fees, for example. You're going to wait for the third quarter for what purpose? See? So other issues are logical. They are not constitutional. They are logical. In the spirit and letter of being a leader, you must be accountable, you must be transparent. You go and use 500,000 in the SRC, and then you don't come back and report it. You run away. Why? See? And then you come and report, you don't have any proof, but you say, oh, we spent 2 rand. But you have no proof. You are either a thief or you are incompetent. Or you are both.
Thank you. Thank you. Advocate, I'm going to put a very heavy one on you because I'm aware that we're eating into the heart of the beast, which is our conversation on our inputs, and I don't want us to do that. But I'm aware that there were specific questions to you. So if we can deal with it quite speedily.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, there was that issue about an African university, and we're supposed to have a space for rituals. ED in Canada, University of Laurentia, in Great Sudbury in Ontario, there is a place for African students to perform rituals. Recently, there's a guy called King. He was in that university. He's from WSU. He showed that space for students to perform rituals. So I think as an African university, we should do that. Now, dealing with the questions, there's a standard operating procedure in the vis-a-vis the Constitution. There was that question. Now, here, the Constitution is a governing document. And the standard operating procedure is the way of how to do things. I don't know whether we understand each other. It just tells, here there is SRC, but how does this SRC acquire these blazers? There must be a requisition, it must be signed by the treasurer of the SRC, by the president of the SRC, it must go to the executive, to the student affairs approves, and it goes to ED approves, and then CFO pays the money. Ne? But remember, that standard operating document must not contradict the SRC Constitution, because the SRC Constitution is the document of the council, and the operating is the document of the management. I don't know if we understand each other, or I try to answer your question. Moving to the next one. Management issuing interdict. I made it very clear in my submission that even for the registrar or the vice chancellor, in order for him to go to court, there must be a council resolution. Ne? Now, every time you see him signing, you see, in court, there is a difference between an application and action. In action, we application most dictated by the law and the Constitution. Now, in an application, if we are going to talk about eviction and that is going to affect constitutional rights, then it's an application. Now, in an application, there are fundamental things that must be there. The person who deposes, first thing an attorney will look for, does he have locus standi? Then there must be a resolution of that council that must be attached in those papers. Even for the court to listen to you, first check if this person who deposed to this affidavit have a locus standi or not. Because remember, this thing is going to affect the rights of the other person. Then, in an event, it's granted by the court, rest assured that he had a locus standi. And by implication, it means the council delegated the power to him that go and depose to these papers. Ne? Moving to the third, to another one. African University to cater for those or with callings, or I think I agree with you on this one. Now, but another thing that I wanted to come in, Dr. Mandasha, is the role of SRC and the convocation. There is a difference between a graduate and a graduate. A graduate is someone who has completed a degree but who has not yet go to graduation. That one of a graduate, you have to attend to it. Yes. Because how do you expect the convocation to understand the integrities, the pros and cons that this lecturer did not give me my marks and so forth, things like that? Even if we disagree, my lady, I'm telling you this is a fact. I've been in SRC before you became. Now I'm just telling, I'm sorry if maybe I said something wrong. I'm just saying that there's a difference between a graduate and a graduate. And this side of convocation is for graduates, unfortunately. But, yeah. Now, I think also, I agree with you, President Foley. At some stage, the university, ED, need to reason with this thing. We have been raising this thing whilst even we're students. This thing of certificates is a problem. You see, an organization will advertise a post. 200 people, same qualifications, will apply for that post. Then the person from HR, they have to reduce that 200 to 5. And if you don't have a certificate, it means you're going to be a victim of being removed automatically. Because those are the things that they check. They check, when did you certify your documents? If they are 3 months older, they put you aside. That is how they arrive to 5 for those that they will call to interviews. Because remember, they said they want LLB, and everyone who applied has LLB. So they need to reduce. So this thing, honestly, in true sense, and it does not help the university to hold the certificate for the graduates. Because, for instance, NSFAS, why NSFAS is able to get hold of us? NSFAS send us SMSs day in and day out. Don't forget to pay. Why our university fails to do that? I think it's not a very sophisticated thing to be done, President. I think the university can do it. I think the university must simply release the certificates because it's not helping the university and our graduates. Lastly, there's this thing of the SRC and recalling, so forth, things like that. Ne? I think there's this thing that is called the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act. It's called PAJA. In terms of PAJA, I think what you need to do is to simply say, if we want to recall you, they're supposed to notice this person, and this person to write to these ones that why you cannot be recalled, and you are given certain time. But the point that I'm trying to raise is that as much as the political organization, in my understanding, do have powers in line with the constitution of the country and how it is done national, but there is a process that must be followed. You don't just simply jump to a person and take him out because maybe you don't like him or what, things like that. So there must be a process that must be followed, which must be formal, respectful, kungabe kusiliwa about this thing. Yes, there is this case that Mr. Mandasha was talking about. In the case of New Nation Movement, NPC and others versus the president and others, unfortunately, he said he does not like it, but individuals must contest. The one of political structures, it depends to you on your submissions tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Shall we please give our panelists a good round of applause? All right, so thank you very much. I absolutely enjoyed that session. I learned so much in that session, and I hope we did too. So what we're going to do now is that we are going to take a 10-minute comfort break, coffee break, while we release management to leave us and give us the room. We are going to remain numb. Okay, mamelani kaloku leadership. Sanundikhanyela ngoku. Mna kaloku mamelani. Andizuhola uba nindikhuphile apha. All right, mamelani ke. Okay, I hear you. I receive that. Bentemos, I'm going to hold the space. We are all going to be seen, heard, and held. So I'm holding you. I hear you. But ingaba uadvocate Tia no Dr. Mandashe ke bona bangashiyeka. Hayi khawusinike guidance. Kutheni ngathi nisikhupha sonke?
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for our facilitators who can seal it down? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because of time, we will not be taking the comfort break. Thank you for your suggestion. Can we give a round of applause for Student Affairs as they exit the House? Dr. Mandashe, Advocate Tia, and our facilitator, please do remain behind. Yeah. Student Affairs, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Student Affairs, could you please exercise the maximum silence as you leave? Thank you so much. Before we start, let me just outline. I'll take hands after the outline, Comrade Seda. This second part of the session is just to hear and receive campus SGC reports and amendments to the Constitution. Thereafter, we are going to get comments and advices from Mr. Tia, Dr. Mantashe, and even our facilitator, whom in herself is a framework expert. So I was going to put it to the House before hands arose that because of time, how many minutes should we give each speaker from each campus to present the report from the campus? I was going to put it to the House. Yes. Yes, I was going to put it to the House before hands arose. Yes, Comrade Seda, Comrade Kachu, thank you so much.
Enkosi speak, ne? Ndiyavumbuza wakho. But even before you ube ngapha kwi-podium, I've asked a serious question. I think nami kuyofuneka xa sele ndifuna ukuthetha vele ndiphakame ndithethe ndingaphakamisisa because ndophakamisa isandla liba ngabani ngakhonjwa. Andiyazi noba you should give it to the House now when I speak. The comfortability of all this thing. Because your utterances in Dokba to be advised by Mr. Tia, also Dr. Mandashe, the facilitator. You are saying so. But I, as a person whose status of this house, are rejected on the basis that even after the consultation, singakwazi ukuyenza le nto ufuna siyenze. Mna per se, I don't find it comfortable to discuss yonke le nto phambi kwabo. I ask you, Slalo, to let them excuse us. We'll deal with the policies of the institution. It's serious, comrade. And I'm sure even us all alone won't agree about it. But at the end of the day, the substance and the content must be there. So in the don't just do as you please.
Yes.
Give it to the House to decide sibone basenza kanjani. Enkosi mfowethu.
Thank you so much. I believe that was a proposal from Honorable Seda. Can I get hands so that in the interest of democracy to test the proposal? I have noted you, Speaker of Queenstown. Kaju, I've noted you. Bagachan, you can come. Yes, in that order. So to pakishe kaloku. So to pakishe leadership.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I Iskona Mapolo, I support the proposal of the latter speaker.
Leadership is after hours. The proposal is seconded. Please release the other guys so that they can also
All right.
be relieved. We want to discuss things freely, so yeah, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I believe in the interest of democracy, Iwelile. Mr. Tia, thank you so much for coming and taking your time to assist us. Equally so to our lovely facilitator. Could you please excuse this gathering? But I'm informed that we're going to see you later in this weekend as well when we are closing the summit. Thank you so much. Could we give them a round of applause as they leave?
Before I leave, I'm on duty in the morning. Is that a session I'm allowed in, not allowed in?
I'll call you. I'll call you. Okay. Now, in moving forward with the program, as Madam Linda Ambe Makaban. Leadership, you will be noted. I see there's a hand on the floor. However, according to the proposal that was on the floor, we need to first let them vacate, then we can freely continue. Hence, your hand has not been noted. Otherwise, we have seen your hand. She's is left. Please do come.
Enkosi Speaker, ne? Mine is simple. I wanted to check first the criteria that will be used in Klago's report back to the plenary as per the campuses. Which criteria will be used? My question is informed kundokuba andizana banezimveni kwabana xa ufuna ndizopresenta ibhatala apho. So I propose that to the House. Please, it must go alphabetically so. So that singaziba nemishmish. We must start BCC, Batawet, Mtata, Komani, and we'll resolve all this thing.
Thank you so much. I think not test to our leadership because it is how we had planned it out. And now I'm concerned that I've not seen the secretary of BCC so that, okay, here he is. Basically, we are going to receive these 4 reports. Then thereafter, after receiving these reports, we are going to have a time for comments and clarities. Tomorrow, then we adjourn. Then tomorrow, we will resume in plenaries, whereby we can critically discuss uthathwa pha mhlamba kuyathathwa kungathathwa pha zikhabe, understanding these are 4 different perspectives, so we need to find similarities in this perspective. Leadership, what's the color of your hand? It's a clarity. Yes, leadership, come with the clarity.
Thanks very much, Speaker. In the interest of time, I also want to check if something is presented maybe by BCC, then I see as Mthatha, no, this thing is common. So I want to check ba lo muntu uzobasaqhubela ipresenta la nokanye izobe seyiba mhlawumbe bona bayiseyivele captures bona basobe senze redundance ke ngoku kuzo zonke izinto bona ba mhlawumbe ikholent common.
Yeah, thank you so much. Leadership, when a view is presented, when you are presenting a view or a perspective of a certain grouping of people or that canvas, irregardless if it's been said by someone else, but nonetheless, it is a perspective of your designated group or canvas. So you will present it, bakuthiwa masikhwele ibhayisekile sinyawo zensonke, nomnye wayithetha londo, nomnye wayithetha londo, uyabo, now uzayithetha, awuzuthi awuzuyithetha simply because bithethwe ngomnye umuntu. Leadership, because of time, my leader, ne? Come with a proposal.
Sorry. Chair, I don't know, Yabo. But what I want to Chair is that, in fact, my proposal come in this way. Here, Chair will be presenting 7 documents in front, but I don't think it would be wise. No one fige secretary walapha eKomani, in fact, I present from if document yokuqala otsho yokugqibela siyoyixoxa ngomso, but iproposal yami iza ngolu hlobo wena Chair. Ndiya propose into yobana ndiyacela if ever sipresenta i-SRC constitution, i-SRC constitution beze bonke osecretary bayopresent i-amendments ze-campuses zabo kwi-SRC constitution, because siyazazi ezi documents bazime kanjani. Khona i-documents apha wena isihlalo njengoni-proposal lena ezi-serious okugqitha ezinye. Andizukwazi uba ndihambe ndiyoxoxa into ye-harassment ngomso, yayiqaphela. Kodwa wena sihlalo bendinalo ixesha lokuyixoxa namhlanje. For example, SRC constitution ndiyarhalela nje sivele sihlale phaa kuyo ibe ngeyokuqala. Siyixoxe bayipresente o-secretary from other campuses. Siyidibanise yonke wena sihlalo.
Yes, thank you so much. Sorry, what are those hands, leadership? Yes, allow me to then lead the House. You do not raise hands whilst I've not opened time for raising hands. I could have used the designated powers to this podium to automatically dismiss that. So, however, in the interest of democracy, that was the last hand, by the way, that we were going to take before Sichone Mqolweni. Ndicela uvula ke ngoku utesta la proposal. Yes, leadership. Come, leadership.
Thank you very much. I want to just raise a quick order. A quick order, Comrade Chair. This is Zipongala, SRC Premier of Butterworth Campus. It's just directed quickly to the chairperson of the House to say that once we have entered this session now, we have changed from who was in front. So I just want to say procedural, maybe it's not an order, but since you were at that particular time to retain, it's a procedure matter to say whenever we're going to go into a session of this nature that is got to do with submissions, there must be clear House rules so that we don't get to a point of saying we want to discuss, city says, discuss, what are the rules for the session, because as per the program, we are submitting. So let's first define that, rules of the House, nangale process so that we can be able to move forward. Kungabikho abantu abazo overstep. Now who's feeling like undermine xa sifuna raise meeting procedures, because sizabe sizazi basic environment enjani. If it's just a brainstorming session, asizozazi ukuba funeke sithini, because it is not going to speak directly to what we want to achieve here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your order is noted. However, there was a proposal that we were testing. So I'd like first to test the proposal before then we respond to the order. I'm taking hands to respond, for that proposal. All right. No, I'm going to first take the order. Seemingly the mood in the House says that. The order was on House rules and the session. All right. Your order has been suppressed, leadership. Ne? So I'm going to proceed now.
Can I assist you, Speaker? Speaker, assistance.
Yes, the Deputy Speaker's assistant. Come, leadership. Come.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, I am audible if I feel mic. We cannot discuss a proposal when we do not know the rules of the House. Because the proposal suggests how we move inside the House. How do you discuss then how you are going to move inside when you don't know what are the rules of this particular House?
Yes.
It's exigent that we first start and define to say, this is how we are going to move. Because the proposal had said, Makuza bandu payana bazut. It's different. Because we're speaking of documents here. What are the rules of this particular House? If it's a meeting procedure, if it's a meeting setting, then we'll know how to handle it. We must always be aware of the processes here, comrades. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Leadership, it's fine in keeping with order and peace and stability within the House. I believe this was a session whereby we were going to receive reports as ISGC. Hence, you do not have student affairs present or other parties. The first session of this gathering here was what was classified as lekgotla. Hence, you did not have inputs from us as ISGC that much, but we were receiving advices and comments in terms of policy framework, the legality, and so forth. So this session, the second session, is an ISGC thing. Ne? It follows the standard procedure in terms of meeting procedures of an ISGC. However, we are receiving reports. When we are receiving reports, in understanding these reports are going to be discussed pending order pending by order na, which will guide us in which fashion these reports will be discussed. Because the narrative was that these reports were going to be discussed today or tomorrow. It's either or. However, the order there was seeking to, the proposal on the floor was seeking to extend it. Constitution, pregnancy, drug and alcohol policy, residence, and so forth. So the meeting procedures in which we are going to move are the general meeting procedures of an ISG sitting. I trust that everyone here is capacitated and knows the rules of an ISG sitting in terms of meeting procedures. All right, we are now going to move to test the proposal. Leadership, thank you so much. We are testing now the proposal which was by Comrade Billiard. Yes, I'm taking hands. Seda, Sbu, Van Duk. Huh? C3.
Enkosi Sihlangu. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mapilato. You are saying sicela siqale ngeconstitution. Utsho when you report. Mna, I reject the proposal of Billiard on this basis. Kuzo zoyi 9 as policies. Ayikho engaphezu kwenye. You must agree on that. Number 2, andizomana ngiqoqa ngaphambili ndiye no pregnancy policy. Ndiphinde nibuye ndiye no drug and alcoholic abuse. Ndiphinde nibuye my comrade. If ever kuthiwa kucuwa ambo represent yenza yonke neconstitution yakho uyigqibe. Uma ecaleni ungamane usiya one by one. Yemadoda kunge weekend sisemuntu.
Leadership, sorry, it was Comrade Sbu.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm just going to reject it because I think if the honorable member had this program, he was going to be able to see that as the agenda stands tomorrow. That is going to be dealt with at that time because it's here. Now I'm rejecting it. I think someone provided me with the program. It's going to be able how we're moving now. So I'm rejecting it because here are not the submission of the policies, but of campuses. That's what we're doing now. The policy is going to be dealt with tomorrow. Now, I think someone must give him a program as well.
Thank you so much.
See how we're moving. Thank you.
Yes, leadership. All right. The next one was Fantuk. Fantuk, in the interest of record keeping.
It's fine.
All right. A proposal ueli ayuelanga shem. No, leaders, we are proceeding. The order in which we are proceeding our presentations is alphabetical. Leadership. Come with your clarity, my lead.
Thank you very much, Speaker of this Parliament, for giving me this opportunity. I heard that you have responded to the clarities that was raised before in terms of saying which rules are you going to use in this Parliament. And you have said you are going to use the rules that you all know, that are rules of the SGC. Of which, as far as I understand, we don't have a document specifically or a sole constitution of the SGC. Of which you need to be practical here, because in any parliament in the country, inside the parliament, you need to decide the rules that are going to use. For example, if someone is wearing a political regalia, how to deal with that in the House. So I think, Speaker, you must just be flexible and tell us the rules that are going to use in this House. Don't assume. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My leader, I think you... Let me first clarify, then you'll assist on my clarification. Now, I think leadership Cross, Amanda, I think you were not listening properly to the exigence that was raised, prior to the exigence, the order that was raised, that was requiring procedures of how this House will go. There was even an example that was made referencing it. If we know if this is a brainstorming session, let we know that it's a brainstorming session, which there are no procedures in a normal brainstorming session. Hence, we reverted to say this is an SGC sitting. The rules that will guide us, the rules in context of meeting procedures. Here we're talking about meeting procedures. And I thank you for referencing the scope of that. The ISGC and SGC in itself does not have a document which partakes to and pertains and explains and elaborates on rules of the sitting. So it's how it's going to be. It's how it is in terms of meeting procedures. However, yeah, is an assistance leadership.
Kalona ndifuna assist.
Kawubanike kaloku banothiwe leadership.
Kancinci nje ngokhele ndifuna assist.
All right.
Leadership, I think into eza no honorable member. We know ukuthi azikho rules. But despite the fact that we know azikho rules, but we need rules so that we can move. So assistance yam iza ngohlobo loba it's either you provide the rules wena okanye you give the House so that they propose rules, then iwele, then sitsho uba siqabile, then start as rules, we move with those rules.
All right. Leadership, I think your assistance is very assisting. It simplifies. I'm going to put it to the House, which rules do we move with, so that there's no person, Speaker or Deputy Speaker have decided rules for the House, or zawuba contra or disgruntled because we're here for unity and we're here for the sake of students. Leadership, can I put it to the House? I will take hands to suggest or propose rules that we move with. Are those hands, leadership? All right. You are noted, you are noted. Come, leadership.
Yeah, mandibulele speaker. Yeah, besingeke speaker sikiyeke wenza iblanda apha. If lento ye rules bengasukwenzeka speaker besizanyanzeleka basiyiforce bigcinenzekile. Right yenyani assistant leza no deputy speaker that if bungazipreparishanga okanye onazo then allow us ukuthi senze lento ye rules. So ke members we must do lento ye rules ngiyabeka nje irule before ndingene pha ngifuna ukubuza umbuzo directed to the house also. Now we said to student affairs makaphumele ngaphandle because we wanted this to be a closed session. Now is it still closed if we are still online? Which is which? Because we onke lento sifuna ukuyithetha bengakho bayithetha, maybe we should have also released abakhuluwa ngapha kwelacala. Irule yokuqala okanye irule endizayibeka nothi yokuqala eyi-1 nje lento besike ngathi sengaba ngasaphikisana ngayo apha. 1, bekuze apha unxibe i-political regalia okanye intoni besiyithethile kuseni even into enesitala i-political nanku enxibile uspeaker. Can you move ma-comrade ngama-rules nani?
Sorry, I believe there was an information with regards to the point of live. I'm not sure if the speaker would have raised. Comrade Mangisa, I believe you were raising with an information whilst the speaker was speaking. Yes, okay, calm leadership. But I wanted to abuse you for a moment so that we can hear the information that would seek to inform his discussion or submission. So.
Yeah, when a comrade speaker, thank you for affording me this opportunity. I believe when a comrades that the reason we inclusively with the ISGC executive proposed the necessity to have the live streaming was for the exposure for the outside student populace in terms of what happens within the enclosed borders or demarcations that we call ISGC in relation to their student lives. This will safeguard our conduct in the process because at the end of the day here, whatever that we discuss and pass here doesn't have something to do only with our lives, but it has something to do with ubombomdana olele ebedini ephulo ongena funding, but ebe funded is all. So let's just keep this live streaming here for conduct purposes so that naxa betha ngenqindi ubonwe pha ubundibethile. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Speaker. Nobuqalo wanqonqa nje. Bendisanele nduzana ne-house rules ne. I-1 endizawucela mna si-suspend kwesizaziyo ke which is exigency order. I would love uba singa-suspenda nje i-order because zii-submissions mos esizawuzenza from all these lenduzana campuses. So at least laa nto ye-order man iyadisturba xa uthi usathetha loo nto like see that we articulate loo nto itshoyo then kuzobakho someone ozothi order laa nto iyaphazamisa on its own. So at least i-exigence because an exigence is an exigence. So yona it's acceptable uba ingabakhona. But at least I would love if singa-suspenda nje le order. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the first answer is that an order can be raised once. If a Speaker rules upon that order cannot be raised again, the same order. And you can raise another point, but not the order because it has been ruled upon that order. That's the rule.
Leadership, what's the color of your hand?
Information, assistant. Please, guys, it's rules. House rule. Please, comrade Zip on goes in a
not points of procedures. Now, points of procedures is corner order. But not rules. Parliament is there. That's why I said, it must be that. Okay, I get the speaker. Okay. As I move on, remember, I think another rule will be that we are all honorable members here, so we must refer to us as honorable member in this house. And when another rule is that a submission that is being tendered out by a particular campus, you cannot come with information kweyomnye campus. Ungasenkumani uthi information kwi-submission esuka eMthatha campus or uyaza yo yakho la submission. You wait for it, and then you cannot call it into order, not unless it's something which is documented. Because out of order, will share fly, that can be out of order, but not order. I think that's a rule I'm adding. Another rule is that kunyanzelekile xa umuntu ekwi-floor, we give that person irrespect of bathina sihleli kwi-house sithule. Xa ufuna uphendula ifoni yakho uyiphendulele phandle, ungabi ku-live ube wena ungu-live kwawena kumane sesiba kuthethwa ngapha thethwa kwelaa cala ngoku. It's another rule that is going to assist us xa simove up. Secondly, if ukhona abantu abacinga ukuphuma singaphumli sibabanise ixesha, because umuntu othenderesha pha information akakwazi ukumamela ukuthi xa bona igroup iphuma ngathi uyabhuda something onye yabona. So we wait, we give that person a respect, and then if umuntu uphansi is on the floor and the hand down is raised, wena ukwi-floor you sit down, lonos on the hand aphakame if granted by the speaker. Ningami nobabini endlini. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Nyansile, Comrade Gaj. The purpose of saying Tifuna si define land is simple. Z2 cars. Meeting procedures are not for us to change or to fiddle with them. They are there. In any meeting, there's a procedure. Now, in meeting procedures are at the exposure or they are solely at the realm of the chairperson of that particular meeting. Abekanti uya kunota as per the procedures. However, should the chairperson feel that, or should the chairperson override his authority, that is when the house then takes action. Difference be clear so that we don't find ourselves abusing the chairperson, we don't find ourselves being abused by the chairperson, so that there is law and order in the house. This is Parliament, comrades. We must be in order. When I go into it, house rules are simple. When there is a speaker on the floor, you maintain absolute silence. Noba unendo oivayo okanye unendo omvukela kuwe, you keep quiet unless it is your turn or you have been noted to speak. Okwesibini, political regalia of any sort, including the one worn by the deputy speaker as well, is not allowed. This is a free and fair environment. It is not politically attuned to anyone or any political ideology. A rule that I want to submit as well is that in terms of the discussions of campuses, as the latter speaker has said, the submissions are of campuses and not of individuals in the ISGC or in the parliament itself. Therefore, the parliament only gets the right to discuss them when it is in plenary. Now we are still in a position of submissions. Therefore, for example, the ISG sitting and these procedures, we don't know credentials, but for the sake of saying we want to move forward and discuss, we are going to then say, let us not focus on them, but actually discussing the policies that we are facing as yingxaki. So those are the only rules that I feel now we must always keep a mind of. And to the speakers as well, there is a chairperson, we respect the chairperson. To the chairperson as well, we are here as members of parliament, honorable members. We respect you and we hope that you are going to get the same respect. And one thing, the gestures, they play a very big role in meetings of this nature. They've got a potential to collapse a meeting, and they've got a potential of making it sure that the meeting goes through smoothly. Now we've got a choice here, comrades. We can collapse this thing if we want to. We can make sure that we discuss if we want to. So the choice is ours, and we're not going to be silenced by anyone or anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think now the House rules have been established, and even the Deputy Speaker is apologizing in his own way for inappropriately, mistakenly wearing regalia that is assumption of political in any nature, form, or sort. Yes.
Thank you. I said we're in Parliament here. We are honorable members. I want to raise an order to you directly, Chair.
Yes.
You cannot respond to a rule that has been, unless you are making a order in the House to say this rule is going to be scrapped or not. You cannot say that that was an assumption. Maybe if it was a political class of some sort, I was going to give some content. That star is related to the Cuban Revolution. That is the star that was believed to have liberated those people. It was a sign by Che Guevara. So you cannot say that that one is not political. That's a point of information. You must be aware, comrades. I would expect that when we are leaders, we've got that sort of information.
Thank you so much, leadership. Ne?
Comrade Chair.
I was going to
Comrade
tender an
Chair.
apology.
No,
Is
Comrade
that-
Chair, you are disrupting me. I have not done speaking.
Sorry, continue.
It is a rule you are breaking already.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the information and the House rules. I believe everyone has heard them clearly as they are. In the interest of time, it's now said that we proceed with the business of this second part of the sitting. It was said that we are going to start alphabetically in terms of hearing reports from campuses, campus secretaries. In the event that campus SGC secretary is not there, the speaker will then come and present a report. I'm starting with Buffalo, comrades, sorry, leadership. Thank you, leadership. I believe one of the rules that was set out was that you'd respect the speaker and the speaker will equally so respect you. So when I'm speaking, please do respect me by keeping silent, as we all have the best interest of this gathering. Should there be something you want to say to someone next to you, is you would write it on a piece of paper, and not unless it's supremely urgent. Thank you so much. We are starting with a campus SGC report from Buffalo City campus, which will then be followed by Ibika, Queenstown, and Mthatha, in that order. I need to remind that it's Buffalo City, Bika, Queenstown, and Mthatha. Mthatha. Oh, sorry, Mthatha, then Queenstown. I took the K for command. Ne? Then, so I need to remind the speakers who are coming on the floor, the presentation needs then to be holistic in terms of the documents. You don't present one document, now we discuss it, don't. It's all of the documents and all of the submissions. Before this first speaker comes up, there was something when I was opening here, was the issue of time that we give to a speaker to present, which I said I was going to put it to the House, so the House will decide, but kabani ufumana 10 minutes, kanye uyifumana la 20 minutes yonke le ibhalwe pha ekwi-program. So I'm taking hands for inputs on that. Thank you, Comrade Sbu, Bagachan, Anat.
I think when Asomlomo, let's say that 15 is the maximum. And you're about to 15. Try pele 2 minutes, it's okay. But 15 is maximum, I see big guy. Thank you.
Keep chat.
I won't say 15 maximum, I say bekayo. Mabanikwe ixesha elilaneleyo because bekuhlele i-campus SGCs and kwanikezwa i-submissions ekufuneke zisubmithiwe apha i-house then tomorrow sizi-discuss. So xa sibanika i-10 minutes siyabalimita and abazuzifaka zonke ezaa zinto ezaa policies bane-submissions kuzo apha ehouseini namhlanje because tomorrow abazusubmit we are going to discuss. So ndicela bangalimitwa banikwe eli xesha balinikiweyo on i-program.
All right. Simi, yes, leadership. Sure. All right. No, leadership, it now comes to fruition that let us rather stick to the time on the program, which is 20 minutes. Understanding uzawukwazi ke ngoku ke umuntu to articulate. It's more than the 15 minutes proposed. It's also in between understanding if venue tingu cleaner and abantu base kitchen sebakhala ngathi baseqalisa upark. So we want to move in that direction. Thank you so much. 20 minutes. Speaker from Buffalo City Campus. Yes, leadership. Yes. Yes, I believe that would be the duty of the Deputy Speaker since the ISGC Secretary is in another province due to unforeseen circumstances, which was the apology that she tendered to us, as well as we had received it from her campus in relation when we had a secretariat caucus in the morning to see the state of readiness of presentation of these various campuses. So Speaker Wasebika also tendered that apology. So I do believe that now Deputy Speaker, in which he has been minuting is in the submissions from the beginning of what was the first part in the first session. So in this second session, I also believe he's the one who's going to be doing the minuting as well. Thank you so much. Ndicela ke uze phambili, Secretary of SGC for Buffalo City Campus. Honorable members, yes.
Amandla, awethu. Amandla, awethu. Yeah, thank you very much, members of the ISGC. My name is Mvelo Abenda, the Secretary General of the Student General Council in USUPCC. I'll be short, comrades. I'll be short. I'll just deliver our submissions as the campus. There's a background in this document that says, from the submissions of the outgone student leadership, which were influenced by many factors such as COVID-19 and the lockdown regulations that were put in place from the Disaster Management Act, ours is to refocus our attention on these submissions and modify where we deem or see as where we deem or see necessary for what we call the amendments. Then I will start with the Src Constitution, comrades. There's a clause that says, firstly, on the what you call, I would say it's a preamble. It says the standard operating procedure shall be termed the Src Constitution Manual, and its amendments shall be done concurrently with those of the Src Constitution. Then on chapter 1 of the Src Constitution, which is section 1, the founding provisions, we have added 1.1.2a, which says a commitment to institute wide quality management, to value and reward excellence, and to uphold and protect the integrity of the university and that of enrolled students. Going to chapter 2, section 2.1, which is the legal status. The SRC derives its existence from the Higher Education Act, the institutional statute, and the council. Therefore, it is not a legal entity separated from the university, and it does not bear rights of what you call illegal status. Then there's a clause that says there shall be no legal status or legal stance taken against the SRC, since it is the organ of the university as well. Then 2.1.6 has a clause there. It says all such structures, societies, and academic community shall be subjected to this constitution. However, student organizations shall have their independent legal status. We move, comrades, to chapter 5. Of course, kwezo ndawo noba nemibuzo kuyo so siyaphinde siziclarify ku discussion. Ndonqena ukhonza ixesha elininzi. Ku chapter 5, section 10, and a mass meeting. The SRC, which is 10.1, the SRC shall convene mass meetings quarterly, which equates to 4 mass meetings per year. 10.2, notice of date, time, and agenda of the meeting shall be published at least 3 days before the actual meeting. Emergency meeting can be convened by a short notice. Students shall be granted a chance to add items as the meeting commences. Then 10.3, SRC shall have a page for updates and reports. 10.4, all SRC shall speak in a mass meeting with the Secretary General being responsible for taking minutes. Then we move to the Student Representative Council, which is ISRC, institutional, section 13. It says, subject to the Act, statute, and rules, the ISRC will consist of 12 members made up as follows: the President, Secretary General, Academic Officer, Student Services, Policy and Transformation, and 7 additional members. Then 13.1 says the 5 officials of the ISRC shall be voted by student populace of WUSU on the first past the post system during SRC elections, of course with political structures contesting with their emblems. 13.1.2, student organization standing for ISRC elections must meet 75% of requirements that is established by existing in at least 3 different campuses of WUSU. 13.1.3, it says campus premier, campus secretary, and 1 campus academic officer. This portfolio shall revolve on the 4 campuses, and no campus shall hold it consecutively. Or there are, of course, additional members of the ISRC. Other additional members, but was 7. They are campus premier, campus secretary, and 1 campus academic office, which is going to circulate from all these different what you call campuses. Then we move to section 16, the campus SRCs. The 5 officials of the campus SRC shall be voted by student populace of each campus on the first past the post system during SRC elections, of course with political structures contesting with their emblems. Then it's the same scenario, comrades, there. Let me quickly move to Annexure 1 of the SRC Constitution. Section 1, wire, it's the procedure for SRC elections. A says, Src elections shall be conducted 3 weeks after the registration period. B says there should be flexibility in this procedure due to the past experience of the Disaster Management Act that was once put in place because of COVID-19. Conduct elections a priority as they cultivate student activism. In an event of a pandemic, online elections shall be an option. All procedures for those online elections shall be properly monitored with the way done when they are conduct Src elections. The system for online should be tested by preliminary elections. CECs shall have an active role in terms of coming up with the secured system. Data shall be inclusive of cell phones, student numbers, and the OTP pins shall be used to register to vote prior casting the actual vote. The data that will be used must be taken from the student directly together with the institutional HEMIS office. The system shall not be rigid. It must allow students to launch grievances by displaying ID, proof of registration, and OTP. On counting, the system shall display the increase in numbers when a particular student is voting. Preliminary results shall be available immediately the election period lapses. We move to section 3 of the annexure, which is the Electoral Agent. Src elections shall be supervised and conducted by an impartial Electoral Agent, which is the EA, which shall be IEC. In an event of IEC being unavailable, it shall be any EA with a good track record. B, the EA shall be appointed by the Executive Director through consultations with DD of Student Affairs of all campuses and CECs. Src Benefits. The Src shall be given a stipend and it shall always have its own readily organized transport. We move to Src Academic Support. The support for funded Src members shall be reserved and used when that particular student is not funded. Recallment and reshuffling on Src. Student organizations shall have an autonomous power to recall and reshuffle their deployed member on all Src seats. Yes. We move to Src substructures. These substructures shall liaise with the Src and be visible throughout the year. Academic societies shall have an active role in terms of verifying the marks of students before and after examinations. We move to chapter 7, which speaks of amendments of the Src Constitution. The Src Constitution shall be amended annually. Then let me move to the policy on room allocation. Section 1 is the procedure. The university, with its own on-campus accommodation, shall allocate at least 10% of its rooms to unfunded students, and it shall be 5% for off-campus accommodation. Then that was the preamble, then it's 1. Residence allocation process. The self-allocation process must be added on this document. 1.6. Students are to vacate their rooms at the end of each semester on and off-campus SUSU residence accredited accommodations on wheel. We move to chapter 6 there. Policy content and guiding principles. Students will be expected to leave the rooms after 72 hours of their last examination paper. Students registered in academic programs that spill over the next year must be accommodated in their residencies on conditions the additional months are deducted on the student statement. Students must return the keys to the residence officer when they vacate their rooms at the end of the academic year. Failure to do so will result on a fine of 100 rand debited on their student account or student accounts. Students who transgress residence rules and regulations will not be considered for allocation on that residence again after a single return warning, depending on the nature of transgression, after a great deal of assessment by the Src and the residence office, inclusive of the JRC. Each campus deputy director of student affairs shall be allocated 30 beds to cater for special cases that may not be catered for above. Senior students or postgrads who have participated in the institution leadership program can apply to be residence live-in wardens. All residents with more than 50 students must have a residence warden, senior student, or a postgrad student. We move to the sport policy. The university shall have a duty of taking care of students who got injured while being a player in a certain sport code that, or until that student fully recovers. Then chapter 6.2, the policy content. It says the university encourages that there should be sport activities that are encouraging the participation of disabled students. Then on indemnity, whoso shall assist students in an event where students got injured while playing sport. Then we move to the next policy, which is sexual harassment. Then we've added another name there, gender discrimination, and the GBV policy. We've added GBV there. Then it's chapter 7, the role of managers. It says, managers shall provide training and educational sessions relating to this policy. Then you move, that was 7.3. You move to the role of students, to the role of staff and students, which is chapter 8. 8.3 there says, then the role of students and staff shall be to attend training and educational sessions relating to this policy. 8.4, to promote a harassment-free environment. Move to chapter 10, structure appointed for policy implementation. 10.1, sexual harassment committee. Campus committees shall be formed and carry the same functions as the committee and report to this committee, which is the sexual harassment, what you call a committee that is an institutional structure. We're saying there should be campus committees that are established. We move to 10.1.6. A nominee from the faculty of law or any relevant faculty in terms of the composition of that committee. We move to 10.1.8. 2 Src members, social and welfare being a mandatory member on a composition of the committee. We move to chapter 11, functions of the sexual harassment committee. Any abbreviation SHC. 11.5, gather quarterly with students to assess the state of the campus. Then we move to chapter 13, the functions of the SHA, which is the Sexual Harassment Advisor. It says, quarterly shall convene students to assess the state of the campus also. Then we move to the following policy, which is the Campus Health Services Policy and Procedures. Yeah, I bekwanga as per what you call chapters and sections as we document. It says House committees and SRC shall be the contact persons of the ambulance. There shall be an ambulance and a paramedic located in our what you call campuses. The two clinics shall have PrEP in the case of what you call also PCC, the two clinics both on Eskom House and Postem. There shall be 4 assistants, health personnel, then of course observing gender, what you call balance there on those 2 personnels, whose duty shall to engage students on the ground. Then medication provided in our institution must be verified to avoid usage of expired medication. Clinics shall have morning after pills to avoid unwanted pregnancy. We move to the following policy of student disability policy. It says, during the registration period, there shall be a committee that will consist of 2 SRC members, 1 disabled student, and staff members. The functions of that committee shall conduct and fast-track the process of issuing benefits of disabled students. Students with disabilities shall be allocated in residences that are near campus. There should be transport to cater for these students. Assessments, including examination, shall have an extension in terms of time to cater for these students. We move to the student counseling and special needs and development policy. Our submission says that there shall be support groups, joint counselings between lecturers and students. Time allocation shall be 45 minutes to 1 hour with the counselor depending on the matter consulted for. Communication channel, each client shall have a follow-up appointed, each client shall have a follow-up appointment not less than 2 weeks. Each site shall have these communication channels. Infection control policy. The university reserved the right, which is 4.5.4. The university reserved the right to prohibit such a person temporarily from entering or being on its campus. Then 4.7.1, which we have added there, it says, every residence shall have disposal bins. 4.7.2, which we've added, it says, residents matron shall be well psychologically trained to deal with different medical conditions. We move to 4.7.3. Fumigation shall be done upon the request made by house committees. We move to the alcohol and drug policy. There's a preamble there that says, there shall be educational sessions or debates between staff and students about this policy prior its adoptions. I think it's section 8 from the draft, where it says events requiring bus transportation. It says monitors designated by SRC or student affairs. Students showing signs of intoxication or not must use the bus as long as they are paying for the bus services. Before the cancellation of trips, the SRC must be made aware about that matter. Guidelines on testing for alcohol, drug, and substance used at work. Alcohol testing shall be voluntarily to students. It must be mandatory to students who are playing sports. Suspicious students can be tested for illegal substances. If tested positive for the illegal substance, a 2-warning system shall be used before instructing a student to leave the university premises. Where a student is found in possession of an illegal substance and refuses to consent to any form of recognized, acknowledged testing, it could lead to the conclusion that he or she is under the influence of an intoxicated illegal substance, unless a mental health assessment proves otherwise. Then disciplinary actions and suspension shall follow. Testing for abuse of illegal substances may be done immediately following an incident, e.g., found smoking crystal meth or in possession of it. A student identified to be intoxicated by illegal substance must be immediately suspended for the remainder of his or her day as unfit to perform duties safety. In accordance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act, with the instruction that he or she must report for the duty following day and the disciplinary procedure must apply. Then there are policies which we are recommending that the university must draft or must have. One of those policies, it is the LGBTQIA+ community policy. We're saying that the university should create a policy that will advocate for this community and create a ground that is non-discriminatory and lenient to every gender. Then we move to another proposed policy, which is a laptop policy. We're proposing the draft of the laptop policy for students. It says the university shall have its pile of laptops that are serviced regularly, that are accessible at all times by students, whether they buy or borrow from the university. Students shall borrow laptops from the university and return them at the end of the academic year. Then we move, comrades. Of course, we did make submissions, as we have heard from the background that I've read when I was opening, that these submissions are coming from the previous or outgone student leadership. We have had submissions on the supply chain policy, supply chain management policy. Then there on the procurement via competitive bid process, which is section 19, the committee composition. We said the 19.3, the bid specification committee shall comprise of the following members: the direct management reporting, permanent member and chairperson, a senior accountant procurement, permanent member and deputy chairperson, a director, deputy director, or a senior executive in charge of discipline area to which the bid specification refers, a campus rector or appointee of the campus rector when the tender concerns operations relating to a specific campus, a technical expert or expert as determined by the committee. Such experts may be appointed from this purpose from outside the university. Such person will be used in an advisory capacity only. One member of the Src and one member of labor. They must be members of the committee. Then we move to the bid evaluation Committee. 19.5, a BEC is a team that comprises individuals who are specialists and stakeholders from different functions, organizational units brought together to achieve purchasing related tasks for goods or services in which the team must consider purchasing or sourcing goals or decisions. 19.6, the composition of the BEC will vary depending on the threshold of the specific project. BECs should always include a representative from the procurement department concerned, as well as labor and the SRC. 19.9, the bid evaluation committee shall comprise of the following members: the chief financial office being the chairperson, ICT and operations being deputy chairperson, deputy director, facilities from one of the campuses not ordering the service, the head of quality assurance or nominated representative, a legal service representative as an advisory, one labor representative and one SRC member. Bid Adjudication Committee. 19.13, the Bid Adjudication Committee shall comprise the following members: a Deputy Vice Chancellor, permanent member and chairperson, an IMC member, permanent member and deputy chairperson, another member from IMC, the Deputy Director, Legal Services or an approved representative, Director of Finance, the chairperson of the relevant bid specification committee with non-voting status, and one labor representative and one SRC member. I thank you very much, comrades.
Thank you so much. The hands I'm seeing, are the clarities on the report tendered? Yes.
Njengoba ku report phaya, I just want to come with a proposal oba at least wena okanye u-deputy speaker nani create a group so that nathi sizoba nazo ezinantsika as submissions yabo zezicampus zoyi-4. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think iweli lanzukwazi nona ube ndiyithesta because it's something we had discussed with our secretary this morning, such an initiative. Otherwise, they are due to submit reports zabo namhlanje abakuthi, but they wanted to present it first to the House, then they submit it. Not that mhlawumbe ibuzwe iclarity ayitshintshe into, no, uzayisubmita nje injalo, but just that respect for them and the campus so that they present it, then they submit it. Otherwise, everyone, tomorrow in the plenary, we're going to have reports you're going to have a soft copy, going to have a physical copy as well of each campus report, so that it would make it easier for aba technological, aba ke ngoku bakholwa ubhala ngepen ba i-right le, i-wrong le. Moving forward, yes, leadership.
Another thing, Speaker, to assist me kwi minute taking. For minute taking purposes, bengcela the next presenter or the next speaker, xaye thetha ngepolicy, if ever it's 19.6, ucho bangu 19.6, so that I note it down, because andikwazi uthetha ubhala yonke le ndithetha, so ndithatha la number. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you so much. And cela ke uSpeaker wase Butterworth campus aze ngaphambili.
Enkosi Speaker, also the House, for giving me this opportunity. Mine is simple, honorable members of the House. Now that the Secretary is absent as a head, I think I will make the submission of part of the canvas. I will start with the canvas healthy service policy and procedures. So, for 30 minutes. Oh, Nkosi, member of council, sell out. Ndingusandile Mbewu, ndingu-speaker waseGcuwa. Mayiphele lapho ngamakarela. As I've said, nobhala, ndari ndizawuqala ngo-campus healthy and policy procedure. I think for us to understand it easy, I must say, Uba, as Balawed was saying, what informed us, so that is Oba Galendra Sifunanga. His submission too is on sections and clauses, Kule policy in the Vuralayon. Bullet number 1 is provision of pregnancy prevention. Then it says, further says, clinics to provide dental dams for oral sex lubricants and finger coats for sex and sex provide healthy education regarding how LGBTQI plus a community can get HIV and AIDS. The reason why we were saying there must be dental dams for oral sex, as in WSU, diverse university, each and everyone is allowed. There are things that are being used particularly by our LGBTQI plus community, which is, we believe, if you go to a block yako as umjita, uzofika ikhona lento ikhuselayo i-condom. Xa amantombazana zikhona, but when you go to theirs residences azikho ezabo. Akuthiwa ke ma-comrade members of the House, akuthiwa zinto zasezandleni zinamagama azo, you understand? Also are saying the educational part must be made about how could they get the infection, you understand? Singathi on the basis that bona bayenza ngendlela ehlukileyo, then they are not in the verge of getting it, you understand? Was saying also on this policy again, each and every block Kushiana Gogwa has its own condoms and also condom for males and females. Now we're saying sanitary towels also should be provided freely in the clinic, just like condoms. That is our view as Patawet. Ungayipha umsese xa iqubulisekile angazi noba engaya kanjani, because we believe we've been preaching this thing. Ukuya kwakho kwi-sex is leisure, but ukuya kwi-menstruation cycle for umuntu ongumama indalo awuzuthi uyijike. We're saying again, page 10, the proposal is that implementation should be always standard by policies, which the policies also would include the LGBTQI plus. Asizokwazi ukuhlala apha sixoxe singayazi what is that they need. We understand at the campus level they're present, but also their needs, even on the ISGC, because we understand this is a compulsory one, then we send it there. That is our stand. I must move to the policy of pregnancy. Section 7.8. I think I should be protected. We're simply saying, when suspecting a pregnancy, a person should provide a fully gestation period. Sitting after 25 weeks, pregnant, you are expected to vacate, go to, or else whatever that transpires in your pregnancy period, abangen down. We're saying we're here for the main cause, which is academic purposes. If ever it happens that I have to deliver, I must deliver it. Who's an ambulance in Tate, we res. raise that we are paying for the ambulance. That's a reality. This one of alcohol and drug abuse. We must say this thing when I speak. What the youth who consume alcohol, but also as ourselves, we must guide one another as to how do we consume it. You understand? Singers practice we veg, yoba side silozo bombetu. Number 6, alcohol and marijuana. Was saying, but this one of marijuana is debatable in Islam because abanye they do believe we have ayo drug. You understand? But was saying, in order for us to be safe enough, there must be because in the campus in it's not on a basis that the question of management is that niyagwazana, niyabethana xa nisele. Then what difference does it make if ever uzanabo ubuthwele ngesisu naxa uzanabo uphetha ngamabhotile uzana, because whatever that buzawuyenza for the safety of the student. Was saying this. As a public campus, we are asking for the pub inside the premises on this basis. Last year, sinomntana oye wadlwengulwa wasweleka esuka etywaleni. Ne? And we believe uba laa mntana was within the campus premises, ebengazudafile kwela zinga lukulo. Number 2, amaphara ayazenzela xa sibuya kwezi ndawo sibuya kuzo, ayasikhuthuza. And if ever it's within the campus and whatever money will be generated there will be owned by the university. Because irreal is that also number 3. Umuntu mangakujonga emehlweni xa ungena ecampusini expect ba usele or else. There must be some measures that are there to test by indeed ngabe usele na bangenza ba unomvuka and ufuna ukuye ephepheni. You understand? Uthi ayawuzoya on the basis that ba even also the policies that are different, they are also for the management. If ever even the lecturer, if ever is drunk, must be sent home back. Ambohlala kwakho must teach abantu abanemivuka on the basis ba bayaza basubenzana. Number 3, which is another policy, Nobel, is sexual harassment and gender discrimination. We've been dealing with this thing. Ingagombi, those who are more political, we've been accused by umdlongule, but the sad part without all these things, that the rape yaziwa ngulomntu yenze kuyo uba nguye yaziba umdlongolanga wena menzi awukwazi ukuthi uba ndimdlongolanga. So in this case, we're saying there must be committee of sexuality and discrimination policy, that each and every committee of it must have Src, which is believe social and welfare, to look into that thing in the perspective of it, because the sabotage and the story created around that thing is becoming boring. We understand, indeed, they need to be educated about the danger and the issue of GBV, but also, and the issue of femicide, but also, it must be considered, but some of all these things don't come as equally. So we ask each and every committee must have Src, which is automatically be welfare, part and parcel. Sidlule kuyo siye student council special say one student counseling special needs and development personal procedure. Section 7, students should not make appointments for counseling. If ever now I feel like I can go right, I must go there. This thing too, you must appoint. Uba ndifike ndinamngu-3 bendigowa i-appointment yami ngo-5 sendigrand mos ngo-5, so there's no need of me going there. So there's no appointment for umgowo. Umgowo xa ufikile but ufikile, you understand? Hence abantu beziqhoma noziqhoma because akho lapha azoyokhona xa ithetha ukuthi abangani bethu siyabahleba. Number 2, Oh, point, which is section 7 again, go student don't, but the bullet number I wanted to emphasize. Healthy practicals must be done on campus and clinics. This has been informed by sinabantu abango nurse abangabogqirha, but is that into ezininzi bazenza ukuthi we as a student of WSU, we don't benefit anything. So I'm emphasizing that each and everyone must go to apho khona campus yasegcoki clinic must be students at WSU, a teacher at WSU must be there and make sure by producer and the teaching. Ndidlule ndiye spot section 6.1.3. If fees levies a sport must be charged to only those who are interested in sport. When you register, there must be a certain portion or a space apha sikubuza khona uba uyafuna na udlala sport. Sidiwele into kuba urema azange wayikhaba ibhola jiki secharge sport fees. Njani? Xa usiya nowa sport nale mali ethiwa ayikho. You understand? So I must be asked uba ndiyafuna na udlala sport okanye andifuni. Number 2, kwa sport kwakhona section 6.4 medical assistance. The university should take full responsibility of its players even after the first injury. Kuthiwa apha esikolweni if ever ubulimele udlala, you will be taken care of ngexesha usiya esibhedlele. Xa sele ubuya zibonela ubo ugqirha umhamba njani nini yazibonela. See, that thing must come to an end. If ever ndilimele ndidlala phantsi kwegama lewusu, mandihoywe until I recover, if ever fanele recover. Number 3, on the issue of sport again, it was 6.7. Also on the issue of sport, ziyenzeka izinto umuntu asweleke edlala sport. There's sport like rugby, ne karate, ne boxing, yabo. Umuntu yakwazi ukusweleka boxing na rugby yakwazi agilwe ngedolo abhubhe same time. If ever it reaches to that level, that student must be compensated. If ever bendidlala ibhola ndalimala kwathiwa ngu long time injury, I must be compensated because benzo phuma apha mhlawumbe ndiyodlala ndibonwe ngaphandle. Now that ansabonwa and i-career must iphelile, understand? Usu must do something. I must be kuthiwa sayide siyakubulela uba yabo, because irrealizable uba sifuna ukudlala sibona ngaphandle. Mandidlule ndiye ku section 6.1.4 kwa sport kwakhona. Students who are not registered students should have their own levy to pay. Ithi mos iwusu ino 40% efuna umthetho ngaphandle for in order ba because exist kwi community. Asizobhatala abanye abantu ngamadoda, please. Also, e-sport and field must be conducive. Zikwazi ukudlalela ziba sekusho ibigcuwa izoba ne-sport yayo, appreciate that. But we are saying each and every campus mawucaka uba siyabhatala, mayingabe senzela imfefe ngathi siyabonelela. That's our submission on terms of sport. Also, the transport for outside residences should be provided for any person who needs to go to practice. Src members must be allowed to fundraise for sport programs. Awuthi uzothiwa ndijima karate abe ngixelela ulandlord into yokuba I'm not allowed ukuba emveni kwafo transport ayihambe but ijima iqalufo. You understand? There must be agreement that is common in between. Also, unengxaki student man uthi hayi azikwazi ukudlala akho mali, give it to Src. Src, we believe they are one who are interacting with the student. Mhlambe there are many ideas. Also allow them to the table to be there and discuss about how to fundraise for a sport. All residence policy, allocation must be only on standard A and B. There are grades most at WSU. Grade A, B, C, D. Grades zohluka as per the spec and if ever it happens that we are from group C to D, siyacela manga allocate abantu orazini yakho. Because ilento yenza abantwana abastrike ngathi sikhangele ngathi dominant image ye university. So only A and B only that must allocate student because they're paying a lot of money to be in a space that is not conducive. Or number two, inspection must be done quarterly in the presence of student committee. Because in this difference is that bayabolekana landlord ezinto mhlambe xa uya ku res yakho speaker ufika kukho fridge engu Samsung double door eziyi5 but within the period of 2 days uphinda zisekho, you understand? So ufika man kuyabolekwana kuthiwa inspectiwe pha kuwe hayi nakumka keziyo bayabolekana in the process, you understand? So thina sinto okwenza business our needs won't be satisfied. So we're saying quarterly the inspection must be done. There must be a special arrangement for LGBTQI plus community. What do you mean by saying so? On an allocation room, I might be Sandile as you see me as a male, but in terms of identification, I don't identify myself as a male. No, in terms of gender and sexuality. So I'm saying, even on the issue of allocation, if ever I'm subscribing to the LGBTI plus community, I must be asked Mdaka speaker, Sandile, are you comfortable uklala no cross Roman? No, I'm not comfortable. Now I don't identify myself as he, I identify myself as her. So they all allocate on abantu abangwe her. No, I don't see myself as her and his. I identify myself as theirs. I must go to certain thing so that the environment that we're in must accommodate us all. Done for this one, I must go to the one of the Src Constitution. Ours is simple as follows, honorable members of the House. Number one, on the Src Constitution, we're saying the Src members must have a stipend for their term in the Src office. Irreal is that first I can be an Src member, but a second up to third. What informed us to this decision is that at WSU, we are the second year to co-funded. So you can't expect me to be funded by students, also funded by the hunger. That's a reality. Stipend, the initial price will be discussed with groupings. Src elections must be done in April each year after registration. What informed us to this decision? We are appointed, we are voting in October. We are goduka. Awukafungi nokufunga ngoDecember yahlala iCouncil. Ixoxa i-registration bihamba njani. Awukho because awukafungi office. Xa ubuya ezinkokheli uclaim ukhokheli ubuyela phezulu kwe-decision sezithathu registration. Ungekho ziyakufana straight. And it's the only thing that makes our registration to take long because asibikho kweza meetings zihlala zithatha decision because kusungathethe oath in the office, you understand? So if ever in December the office you come there, you discuss when the registration uyigqiba, emva kwe registration uyigqibe, then you give baton to others, give you elections. ISRC must be stand-alone structure and be elected as such. What do you mean by saying so? Ukuba so votela iSrc zonke sigqibe emveni koko sime kwi-I ke uba I nayo izavotelwa direct, not in a boardroom. Moyivotela pha direct nayo. Number 3, the ISRC must have its own budget, must be conducted by them. The I, meaning the institutional, if ever the crisis at Mthatha needs to be addressed, anytime, any day, you must go there. We say ISRC must have their own people who are going to transport them day in, day out. Ungadofuna Mthatha, kuthiwa uzokwazi Mthatha, but there are issues of student Mthatha and you claim to be the ISRC. You understand? So we're saying in a case whereby the recognition or the political structures is retracted and the student affairs does not or is failing to approve, the ED student affairs must intervene. There are cases whereby a campusini mhlawumbe uyasokolisa, not ukusokolisa person, but is because xa ugqiba kusayina mos kukho into ethi pha I will be abandoned by the rules of this constitution. Mhlawumbe in a long run, student affairs might make relations with the political structure till, but decide uba no, masingayenzi into SRC. It's whereby the AD must take a stand. This is only our submission. Thanks for listening attentively. And go to speak.
Thank you so much. I believe the next one was Tata Campus. Can we get the representative from Tata Campus, SGC, to come present the campus report from the SGC? But I must say, leadership and leaders, that I'm excited with the inputs that you are coming with. These indeed are very exciting and new times for WSU. Leadership, up to you. Thank you. Kuthiwa mandithi honorable member, leadership.
Thank you very much, Speaker. All protocol observed. We're going to start with the policy on room allocation. We're going to start with the policy on room allocation. The title shall be room allocation for WUSU students. That is the first submission we made on this policy. Uh, 6.1.5 on the same policy. Disabled students must be catered for and be prioritized based on their disability and availability of funds. 6.1.7 students must be allowed to self-allocate themselves using WUSU enabler system. The system must allow a student to reserve a room of his or her choice from an unaccredited of choice. The self-allocation must be applicable to both on-campus and privately owned residences. 6.1.9, returning students. Students must obtain an average of 60% for all modules registered to qualify for a single room, and 50 to 59% for double room. In an event such percentages do not fill residencies, residents must be considered based on their funding. Students repeating any level of study must be allocated according to the availability of funds. That was the first point on 6.1.9. Yeah. The second point, both main examination and supplementary results must be considered for residents' allocation process, as the above mentioned results constitutes one's academic year. The third point now, students must be permitted to reside in residences until the completion of their program of study based on their funding eligibility. That was the third point, Secretary in the House. 6.1.11. Students who only register for 2 or less modules must be considered for allocation both on and off-campus residences if they are funded, but still in progress of completing their program of study. 6.1.12. Students are to vacate their rooms at the end of each semester in or off campus whose accredited accommodation. International supplementary exam listed students and postgraduate students must be allowed to stay on, subject to request on that being approved by the Deputy Director of Students Affairs. Such student may be allocated to designated residences during university downtime periods to allow for routine maintenance. Students must be given 72 hours after their last exam paper, within which to vacate the rooms, transportation or traveling logistics to their respective homes. That was 6.1.12. 6.1.13. Students registered in academic programs that overlap to the next year must be allocated to designated residences for the completion of the academic year. 6.114. Students must return keys to residence officers when they vacate the rooms at the end of each semester. Failure to do so will result to a fine, 500, debited to their student fees, debited. Going to the next policy, a policy on WUSU health services. Yeah, that is the next policy. One, I think it's chapter 1. A levy consultation, chapter 1 with consultation. A levy is paid by the student at a registration which entitles the incumbent to access ambulance services. In the event a student does not use these services, this levy must be credited back to student's account. Section 7, activities. Emergency health services. The ambulance numbers should be available to all GRC's officials. That is the first point on section 7. The second point, reproductive health and condom promotion with inclusion of all gender or sexual identities. Yeah, that is, those are activities on section 7. The third point, HIV and pre-post test counseling and management. That is, treatment care and support, PrEP availability is a must. Yeah, that was it. Section 8, implementation. WUSU management must oversee the establishment, functioning, funding, and quality improvement of campus health services. Section 9, monitoring and evaluation. Make return report public on Outlook. That is section 9.1 subsection A. Section 9.2 subsection A also. Create accessible evaluations to students. That is online surveys, suggestion box, etc. Then on this policy of WUSU health services, we also have an addendum. There is there in that policy. We are also interested. We were also the campus SGC was also interested on this addendum also to review it because they saw some of the things there. Operational procedure on the addendum now in the same policy. The clinic must have working hours similar to the SCU, Monday to Thursdays, 8 a.m. to 16:30 p.m. Friday, 8 a.m. to 1500 hours on Friday. HIV and AIDS procedure. HIV testing services. Oh, yeah, HIV testing services make available those PrEP, retroviral drug therapy, that is ART, the clinic must provide this INH and any necessary drug therapy at the beginning of ART. Reproductive health. Since USU CHS do not provide top services, the WSU CHS must provide a referral letter to assist with, so that students avoid long queues and victimization of students to minimize the rate of top on campus. Yes. USU student counseling and special needs need a developmental policy and procedures. Activities. This is the last part on this policy, particularly on the addendum. Emergency counseling services, that is implementation of a WhatsApp line, which is available 24 hours. First point there on activities. Then second point, proper training for peer helpers, whereby when counselor is busy, the peer helper to be properly equipped to handle the situation. Third point, developmental programs, that is make short courses where certificates will be rewarded. Point 4, debriefing for peer helpers must be provided. That was the whole WSU health services policies. Now going to the Src constitution. Members, we are just hoping that these submissions they'll be really considered. I was very impressed, but again, noma ndingazi noma mhlawumbe besitsho nje xa isithi Dr. Mantashe, they will really apply their minds on these submissions. They must. Chapter 2 of the Src Constitution, legal status, 2.1.2. So, 2.1.2, the Src derives its powers from the council, is not a legal entity separate from the university, and is not bearer of its own rights. That is chapter 2.1.2, and the submission that we made is that the Src is elected by student masses, even though it derives its powers from the council. It has jurisprudence obligation to represent students legally when need arises within the court of laws. 2.1.3, the constitution of the Src will have no legal force and effect unless such constitution or amendments thereto is approved by council. Our submission: when the Src constitution conflicts and is in contradictory to the constitution of the republic, the court of law must review it. Therefore, the law should be the supreme, not the council. Chapter 5, Src membership. Only students of good academic standing who have passed at least 60% of their registered subjects in the previous year or semester are eligible. Our submission was that students who acquires 50% should be allowed to contest Src, as the passing rate of the institution or the university is 50% of their registered modules. Chapter 7, termination of membership. 7.1.2. Is no longer eligible in terms of clause 5.4. But I will assume members that you do have a constitution in front of you. The student submission was that Src must not lose membership because there is no dominant gender. The question of gender is brought today as we are now dealing with as we are now dealing with Kiri who are gender non-conforming. That is to say, such persons do not consider themselves either male or female. Organizations must be allowed to deploy based on the capacity and capabilities of its deployees. So basically, that's where I wanted to arrive. Chapter 10, yes, chapter 10, mass meeting. Students, chapter 10.2, students may sanction a sitting of a mass meeting through a petition, provided that such students constitute at least 25% of registered students. Our submission was that this must support and replace section 11.1. Section 11, motion of no confidence. 11.3. A quorum of at least 5% of students proportionally representing that campus are present at the meeting. Then our submission was that at least 10% of students registered to meet quorum. This is in addition, it's not there in the Constitution, but it was necessary, and it's also necessary for the ISGC tomorrow when we go on plenary that we deal with these things. Eating. A mandatory seat occupied by that person that was backed by his or her political formation must be allowed to recall there. That is the edition. 11.6.5. Or in continuation with that, in encapsulation with 11.6.5, both individuals and political structures must contest mandatory seats. The ones that were being told that we must not contest, of which I do not understand, like I really do not understand. We must contest all positions. Why we must be limited? Just like what the doctor was saying here. Political structures must recall and replace their deployees. That was all there in 11.6.5. Then we go now on reshuffling. The campus SRC and institutional SRC may be reshuffled, who were endorsed and backed by the political structure concerned, regardless of if they were directly voted for by the student masses. Why? Voters on campus primarily are not voting for the face but the logo of a political structure. 12, interim. This is edition. No. It's 12.3. Recognized political structures, they must be equally represented in an interim. In the event the Src elections could not take place. So basically we are saying when Src elections are not sitting, maybe for whatever reason, all structures must be represented in that interim with equal number. Then again in addition, because these are just submissions, we are only going tomorrow in plenary. In addition, Mtata campus on this, because the important part also in the constitution, this one of model of a constitution, is it hybrid or first past the post? The current constitution, this one, is hybrid. We made no submissions on that. I think it was maybe Funasbe alert which model maybe is a 7. And moving on a policy. Moving on with another policy, disability policy, or members. Disability, 13.1, Uti 13.1 we are saying the university must employ qualified practitioner that will specifically deal with issues surrounding disability. That was 13.1. That was 13.1. But sorry, I made a mistake. No, it's been a long day. It must be before 13.1, it must be 6.1.1. Yeah, before 6.1.1. It university must provide resources that accommodate students with disabilities, e.g., computers, braille and lift to classes. Then 12.1, all registered students must be given their funds as specified by NSFAS policy. Src policy disability. Then 13.1 I've already done it. Then we move to sport policy now. Again on sport policy, there were no many things that maybe we could, but all those that we spotted, we were able to review. 13 sport policy 6.3.1. All score should be under the sport department as we have it in the university. 6.4 paragraph B. Sport department must cover all costs of consultations for an injury occurred during official competitions and games. Paragraph C. All sport codes must have 3 qualified medical team. 6.7. No, not 6.7. 9. Chapter 9. Transport. WSU must provide transport for trainings and official games from site to site or campus in an event of a campus. Then last one is this policy of alcohol and drug abuse. There on that policy, more especially Umtata members, there we want to submit that area, social area, must be catered for, or must be made for students inside campus, as we've been saying. More especially now that there's another social area that was closed, is being closed now. That is the submission that we want to make. Plenary ngomso, I saw the program that the plenary kahle ngomso la sabe si geqa amagula khona. Mandibulele speaker.
Round of applause. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you so much. I believe it's Komane campus up next, tendering their campus SGC submissions. Secretary of Komane, could you please come forth?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Okay. Firstly, I would love to apologize to you, Deputy Speaker. In Komani campus, we didn't quote those 6.1 section what, but we just submitted and then motivated our submissions. Firstly, I will firstly start with the campus health service policy and procedures. Our submissions on that policy are as follows. The first point says, ambulance must be accessible to every student, not to certain or by certain individuals in the campus. That's the first point under this policy. The second one is as follows. There must be annual programs after registrations which are done to equip students generally on how to handle cases of emergency. Third point is there must be availability of first aid kit in each and every block in the campus. The next point is we ask to have our own transport on campus at all given times for the cases of emergency. Because what we've noticed is that we struggled as Ecomani many times whenever we have a student who is injured or who needs to be taken to the places of health. We always struggle because at Komani we have an issue or a crisis of geographical barrier or demarcation. Our residencies we don't have on-camp residencies. That's the main issue that we have as Komani campus. So our residencies are scattered, and most of them, they are not closer to the campus. When you want to get into the campus, you have to take a bus. We have buses. We have to take a bus for about 35 kilometers away from the residencies to the campus here. So hence we submitted that at least we must have a transport which will be on the campus at all given times for cases of emergency and for anything that needs a student to be transported. You know, the next point is as follows: nurses must not be on one consultant room when you're going to clinic. You know, because we have a crisis as well on clinics. When you go there, you'll find that when you want to consult, uzofika kukhona maybe 2 or 3 nurses or on one consultant room there. So hence we ask that at least nurses must be separated. They must not be in the same room for the sake of privacy. Yeah. The last point on this policy says students who got serious injured under the name of institution, that student must be paid or compensated for that injury. Because as students of WSU, we are being charged for ambulance levies, and even for that insurance of WSU, we are being charged for that. So we want to be insured actually. As the latter speaker has mentioned that sometimes you can get injured on freshers game, just make an example, or on just residence games. Then when you get injured there, the institution in most cases doesn't want to be liable of that injury. Moving to the next policy. The next policy is infection control policy. We made our submissions even on this one. The first point is as follows: there must be a provision of sanitizers. The provision of sanitizers must be continued done. It must be always available. Sanitizers must be always available on campus. As we one of the institutions that still recognized as the universities that still adheres to the COVID regulations, just in case the COVID may come back. So those sanitizers and Src for hygienic purposes must be available at all given times on campus. The next point, the next submission is as follows. There must be awareness programs at least once a semester on residencies, which will come up with professional doctors to equip and inform students about infection and diseases and how do they transmit it. Because we find that most students get infected on our campus because they are not aware of these diseases and bacteria, if I may put it like that, on how do they get spreaded or transmitted from one person to another. So at least if we can have a program where there will be doctors or people from health to come and equip us on the campus, actually on the residencies. Moving to the next policy, the policy on student pregnancy. We submitted on this policy. Sorry. Our first point is as follows. Pregnant students must vacate residencies in a duration of 5 months. However, they must be included in the academics while they are in their respective homes. By organizing online sessions or lectures, so that they can get access on education whilst they are in their homes. That was only our submission on this policy. Moving to the next one, which is alcohol and drug abuse. Our submissions, the first one is alcohol must be allowed in residencies. However, alcohol, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Alcohol must be allowed in residencies. However, there must be robust.
What is your point of order pertaining to? Because
we said here we must refer to each other as honorable members. I heard the president saying that if you
the reason we did not, as the House, we did not hear that because President did not raise his hand. You to remember that we are a House of Order that follows rules and set regulations. So both of you are out of order, one for speaking whilst a speaker is on the floor, showing gross disrespect for this House. Thank you so much. You may continue, my leader. Alcohol in residences.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Speaker. As I was saying, alcohol must be allowed in residencies. However, there must be robust measures to be taken against to whoever breaks any equipment during that session of consumption of that liquor. The next point, there must be a site where students who are partaking in liquor must go to during the consumption, same as for those who are smoking in residences. Because you'll find there's a sticker or a logo there to show that if you want to smoke, you must go to this site. So that thing must be the same, even on alcohol. There must be a site where if you want to consume your liquor or your noble waters, you can go to that site. Okay, moving to the next policy, which is pharmaceutical policy. Our submission is one, even on this one. Medication must not be limited. It must be ordered. It must be ordered in numbers or bulks and vary as per their functions. Because on our campus, which is Komani, we have a crisis there. You would find that a student is sick or is in need of any medication. Then when she or he goes to the clinic, let's say he goes to the clinic on Monday, and then he consults there, the nurses or the sisters there give him the medication. And then when he comes back on a Friday, because maybe he sees that the one that he was given is not yet healed the pain, they will say the medication is limited, so you cannot come here now and then. Like you were here on a Monday, and now it's Friday, you are here again. So hence we are saying the medication at least must be ordered in bulks, and it must be varied. You cannot go there and give an Panado on a Monday, and then on Friday when you go there again, you will be given the same Panado that you were given on a Monday. That was the submission we made.
Thank you so much.
Moving to the next policy, which is Src policy. Our submissions are as follows. The first submission says, if you're going to be an Src member, you must not be doing your research, which is your PhD level 4. You must not be a PhD level 4 student, or anyone who's going to do practicals for about 6 month period or more. That was the first submission we've made. The second point, or the second submission on this policy, there must be a handover session after 7 days of election, so that the newly elected Src must know all the pending issues to deal with first. So the outgoing Src must hand over to the newly elected one, so that those who are entering the office must not be lost and doing stupid decisions. The next submission. A vote of no confidence must only apply to the mandatory seats by the organization that deployed that particular individual only.
Could you please respect the speaker on the floor?
But these are my submissions.
Thank you so much. Leadership, do continue.
Thank you, Speaker, once again. These are my submissions, honorable members. These are the command submissions. They will be discussed tomorrow, so please. Yeah. The next submission on this policy: mass meetings must be convened by the SGC members, which is the executive. That is our submission. The last one on this policy: JRC and SRC should form part of the committee and sit meetings together. Seemingly, honorable members, they want me to repeat this one. JRC and SRC should form part of the committee and sit meetings together. They will be discussed tomorrow, Speaker. Come with that question tomorrow, please. No, come with that question tomorrow. Moving to the last policy that we reviewed and we made submissions on, the residence policy. Before I learn, Speaker, on residence policy, we made a number of submissions. The first submission says supplementary results must be considered too. Another basis that if you struggled whilst you were on the residence, whilst you were allocated, then that means things will escalate when you are no longer allocated. So hence we saw a need as a command campus that supplementary results must be considered too. Because if you go to the residence policy, there is a clause which says supplementary results are not considered for a student to be allocated. Then we as command campus, we are opposing or we are contra on that clause by saying that supplementary results must be considered too. The next submission, self-funded student must pay 25% of their loan quarterly if one needs to be allocated. Let me repeat this one. Let me repeat this one. This is the second submission on this resident policy. It says self-funded student must pay 25% of their loan or debt quarterly if that student needs to be allocated.
Thank you so much. Please pause. Leadership, you please raise your hand should there be an order or a protection or whatsoever. You talk through the Speaker of the House. You do not cast aspersions. Please resume, Honorable Member, with your incredible presentation.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay. The next submission that we made. Okay, the next submission is as follows. Duration for students to claim their spaces must be at least 7 days. We submitted this point because most of our students as WSU are from rural areas. So somehow they can find network problems. So hence we said the duration must be 7 days for a student to claim his or her space. The next submission, there should be a backup power in each student resident, e.g., a generator, a gas for e-Wi-Fi and e-lights, and also for cooking. So there must be a backup system, at least for a time whereby a town Queenstown is going through a load sheddings, so there must be a backup system. The next submission, students who are writing supplementary must be allowed to go back to their previous residencies at the beginning of the year, whilst they are still not allocated. The next submission, landlords must respect students' privacy. The last one, Speaker. The last one, before I land. Speaker, the last one before I land. Every registered F10 should be allocated without consideration of their NCS results. These are the submissions that we made as common campus. Oh, okay. The last one says, every registered F10 should be allocated without consideration of their NSC results. Yeah. These are the submissions that we made as a common campus. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Very, very fruitful submission coming from Ekomane campus. Very wonderful and very excellent presentation, all four of them. Kendava, alcohol must now be allowed in residences and such things, which are fruitful submissions, and even submissions from, yes, leadership, submissions from EBICA, SZT, the LGBTQI plus community must then be accommodated as per gender identification. And other fruitful submissions, such as opening a student pub in order to decrease the number of fatalities that happen to students in outside recreational activities. This is, sorry, I've not noted you, ne? As now I'm going to the next. Come with a point of order. Seda, come with a point of order. Sorry, I've recognized Comrade Seda. Please do come. Sorry, leadership. Please do give Comrade Seda the time and to articulate his point of order.
Enkosi Sihlalo, i-order yam iza straight kuwe ne.
All right.
Awukwazi ukuphatha imic phambi kwakho, you must be in order. Enkosi Speaker.
Point of exigence, please do come, Honorable Sbu.
Can you please assist us by separating those three there? They're going to give us a problem. Please, that's very urgent because they're delaying the meeting now. Just separate them. Thank you.
Proposal closer, leadership.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Honorable Chairperson, the submissions were quite lengthy. We welcome them. However, I don't speak on behalf of the House, but I just want to propose and say that, understanding time constraints in the kitchen downstairs, I would like to propose a closure.
Thank you so much. Leadership, we are now going to close as per agenda had said. Ne? All right. I'm going to test the proposal. Comrades, can I please, sorry, comrades, there's been a proposal on the floor. I do not expect you talking whilst there's been a proposal, and a proposal is being on a process of being tested. Thank you, Comrade Anati, then you come Pagachana, then you come Eric. Not on live.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I second the proposal.
Thank you so much.
Seconded.
Seconded. Thirded. Leadership, we are still live, my leader. Ne? Sorry. Yeah. Members, could you please, just for a moment, just to hear an announcement, then we can leave so that our students who are watching this live can also leave us. To the student community of Walter Sisulu University, this has been the gathering of the Institutional General Council, which seeks then to amend policies of the institution so that we can, as student leadership, have a policy position that speaks about students and that is for students, by students, and with students. Please join us tomorrow at 9. Sorry, wait, sorry. What's your order? Overruled. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, 9 a.m.